good morning, my lovely friends. Welcome to Sewing Street. It's wonderful to have your company on this Ash Wednesday and Valentine's Day. It's always a special day here at Sewing Street. And you know what's special about this morning? You're here with us. And I've got some fabulous guests as well to share with you today. So many wonderful launches. We have got a marvellous day. But you know, every day starts in a special way here on Sewing Street with our early bird. Here it is. I was just having a little bit of a workout. Now, so many uses for dressmaker's paper. This is an absolute steal this morning. I know you're going to want to get this. You can multi-buy. It's the Prim Dressmaker's pattern paper. We love this here. It's 10 meters on a roll. It's 1 meter wide. Fabulous quality pattern paper. Now, why do we need it? Well, let me count the ways. So first and foremost, if you use dressmakers' patterns, whether it be, you know, dresses, blouses, skirts, you name it, they're all multi-size. And what you need to do is trace off your size. You can cut the original pattern, but then it's destroyed. If you trace it onto pattern paper, you can have an original and you can have your size, and any adaptations that you make to it, you make on the dressmaker's paper. So you always keep the integrity of your original pattern. Now that means that if you change size, you've got the original. If you want to make for someone else, again, you've got the original, so you can trace off a new size. Now, the next way that I like to use dressmaking paper is for things like drafting. So if you want to change the sleeves, if you want to lengthen a garment, you'll need to add in extra paper. It's super easy to do with dressmaker's paper. Now, if you buy things like dressmaking books, then again, you will have the pattern pieces in the back, but you'll need to trace them off. Okay, so many other ways you can use it. We'll talk about that in a second. Let's talk about the price. Normal price, it's amazing, $8.99, but today it's our early bird. That price is crashing right down to this, $6.99. Fantastic saving. We sell hundreds and hundreds of these rolls of paper. They are absolutely brilliant. What a day to get an extra roll or two for your stash. Now, another way, quilters, another way that I like to use, you know, I'm always talking about practicing your quilting. Don't practice on your quilt top. Practice on paper. Practice on calico. So one of the best things that you can do to practice your quilting is, first of all, just with your finger, draw the pattern. You can draw the pattern onto your paper first if you want to, and then trace over it with your finger. Trace the pattern. What you're doing here is practicing the muscle memory. You're learning the route. And once you've practiced going left to right, and that's the easiest way because it's how we scan when we read, so it's the easiest way to work. But when you've got that, try then doing the same pattern working from right to left, because there might be occasions on your quilt where you'll have to do that. And if you practice the route with your finger, you'll find it easier to get there. It's a bit like getting a new job and the day before you start, driving the route to make sure you know how to get to work. It's the same principle. Once you can go left to right, right to left, practice going top to bottom, bottom to top. And this will help you massively. Now, another way that I like to use dressmaker's tissue paper is for things like bag making. So if you're drafting or producing bag flaps, or you know, you want to change something about a pattern, do it on dressmaker's paper first. It's super, super useful stuff. We never normally discount something like that. It's such a great product. It's such an essential. But today, it's our early bird. So grab yours while you can. Now, let's see what's coming up on the rest of the day. Let's have a look at our menu. I'm excited. This first hour, we've got fabulous dressmaking fabrics, some brilliant bundles. I've also got a very special back in stock, which I'm excited about. Now, at 9 o'clock, I'm joined by the fabulous Adam Brooks with the Fran Pajamas from Closet Core Patterns. These are beautiful, kind of smart, tailored pajamas. They're super cool. I think you're going to love them. Now, we've also got some lovely fabric bundles in the hour. If you want to get ahead, go to the website. Now, at 10 o'clock, I've got a very, very exciting launch. Yvonne McAtamney is here from Village Fabrics. Have a look at this. It's the Impressions of Japan block of the month. It is absolutely stunning, isn't it? 9 blocks. You'll work on this quilt over 10 months. So each month, a block. You've got 3 different panels within that block. You've also got some beautiful folded patchwork. You've got some sashiko. You've got applique. You've got piecing. It's absolutely exquisite. And then in month 10, you'll put everything together and create that fabulous border. I mean, what a piece of work. That is launching at 10 o'clock. We've also got full kits for her previous block of the month. So a really good hour. Now then, at 11 o'clock, Adam is back with the Remy Raglan top. Again, this is beautifully wearable, flattering. It's just gorgeous. That's coming up at 11. And then at 12, we've got essential dressmaking tools. So quite a dressmaking morning with a fabulous slice of patchwork and quilting running through the middle. Just a great morning. Make sure you get your messages in, won't you? It's easy to get in touch. One way, you can go to our website, but you can also email us, studio@sewingstreet.com. Send us an email. Show us what you're up to. We're having a few issues with Facebook at the moment, but we're getting that sorted. Now, you can also go to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. And then once you get there, you can just click on Watch Live. Click on Watch Live, and then we'll pop up large as life, twice as ugly. That's just me. And then you can send a message there. So you've got about, is it 50 words? You can send a little message. Yes, yes. There's our early bird. And then we've got what's coming up on today's show. So if you want to shop ahead, go to that what's coming up on today's deals, and you can shop ahead. Now, if you prefer, you can call the call centre. The call centre's UK-based. It's in the same building as us. Great friendly team. They'll help you with any queries. If you're having any issues, just get in touch. Super easy to do. Right, let's get started. Now, right in front of me, this is our very special back in stock. Jane Crowfoot has just released the complete crochet handbook. She came and launched it here on Sewing Street on my birthday. We had an amazing show. We completely sold out, and then we restocked and we completely sold out again. I know a lot of you missed out. I know lots of you weren't able to join us that day. We have got very, very, I mean, not brilliant. I'm trying to find the right word. Not minimal, but we've got limited, thank you. We've got limited restock of the complete crochet handbook. Less than a fifth of the stock we had for launch, and that sold out in a matter of minutes. This is the complete crochet handbook. If you've ever admired what Jane Crowfoot does, and frankly, who hasn't, this is the ultimate guide. So she goes from everything from absolute beginners, selecting your yarns, working with colour, you know, the anatomy of a hook, basics, real basics. But then she takes you right through every technique you could need, from making chains and slip stitches and basic crochet stitches. But the thing that Jane's really known for, her beautiful, complex flowers and pattern, and working with beads in your crochet, chevrons, borders, absolutely incredible. Intarsia, mosaic crochet, that's a really big trend right now, mosaic crochet. So it's all of these more advanced techniques. There are lots and lots of books that tell you the basics, but this book actually goes from everything from the most basic to the most complex techniques as well. It is absolutely superb. And, you know, she's done some of the most iconic crochet designs I've seen. I mean, Justin Bieber wore one of her crocheted blankets to the after party after the Oscars, didn't he? Yeah, and her stuff is seen on catwalks. Frankie and what's the other? Oh, Frankie and it's Jane Fonda and Lily Tomlin. Grace and Frankie, yeah? So they had one of her blankets on the show. Yeah, I mean, look, Jane Crowfoot is an icon in the world of crochet. She's an absolute legend. This is her complete crochet handbook. And I always say, if you want to learn from the best. Learn from the best. Learn from somebody whose work you admire. Okay, learn from somebody you really admire. And also, you know, have something to aim for. So not a just a book aimed at beginners, a book aimed at beginners, intermediate and advanced crocheters. Everyone will learn something. And I love the fact as well, there's a section on working with colour and how to build colour in your projects. Because for me, Jane Crowfoot is an absolute master of colour as well, which, if you're a knitter, if you're a quilter, if you're a dressmaker, is stuff we want to know, isn't it? How to work with colour. And I look at her crochet and I think, I want to reproduce that in patchwork. I want to do what you do in sewing. So I don't think this book is even just for crocheters. I think everyone could learn something from this. Of course, I do actually really want to learn to crochet properly. So, of course, I got my copy. Make sure you get yours. Oh, while we've got that stock. Oh, I like this message from Annette and Gwen. She says, morning, handsome. I'll take that. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day to you too. Enjoying sharing this week with you as I'm home for half term. Yay! Enjoying time to sew this week. Annette, it's the best, isn't it? It's the best. Uninterrupted sewing time. Good morning, lovely Stuart from Isabel in Leicestershire. Great early bird. I've just bought mine. Well done. Well done. Brilliant. It's so useful. Stuart, good afternoon from Candlin in Goa. Oh, amazing. 32 degrees and on my balcony with a fan and sewing street. Oh, Anise, that sounds like heaven with the doors shut. Enjoy. Happy Valentine's Day, Stuart, from Wendy in Oxfordshire. Happy Valentine's Day to you too. It's also International Book Giving Day and International Library Appreciation Day. So it's all about books too. So if you've already got your copy of Jane Crowfoot's Complete Crochet Handbook, think about buying one as a gift for a friend, especially somebody who really wants to learn to either elevate their crochet or learn right from scratch. Learn from the best. It's the best way. It's the best way. Now, this hour, we've got some amazing fabric bundles for dressmaking. We've got some amazing prices as well on the bundles. So let's get started. I'm just going to start very quickly by mentioning the calico. Ooh, this is a workout. This is a workout because whatever other fabric you buy, you need to buy the bolt of calico because this is a dressmaker's and a quilter's essential. It's a 25-metre bolt of quilter's pre-shunk fabric, pre-shunk calico. Now, 60 inches wide, so brilliant if you want to use it as quilt backing, backing for cushions, backing for quilting. Amazing. If you want to practice your quilting, layer calico with wadding, practice on the calico. But for dressmakers, I mean, amazing. Making your toiles, making your test blocks. If you've bought Helen Rhiannon's dressmaking book, where you create your own blocks, you create your own bodice and skirts, you need calico for that. It's an absolute quilter's essential. It's an absolute dressmaker's essential. It's amazing quality. You're getting $24.50 off the price, which is wild. It's absolutely wild. And also as well, 25 metres. Is this working out? I always get this wrong. Is it about £4 or £5 a metre? It's 60 inches wide. It's absolutely superb quality. It's pre-washed, pre-shrunk as well. £4.99 a metre. It's absolutely incredible. So it's... let me just open that up. So here is the width. So 60 inches wide, and because it's pre-shrunk, pre-washed and pre-shrunk, you can just go straight to using this. Obviously give it a bit of an iron, but you don't need to pre-wash it. You can back quilts that are up to about 56, 57 inches wide. So even up to like a small single bed size width, but I mean any length. If you join 2 widths of this calico together, you've got enough width for a king-size quilt for £4.99 a metre. And also as well, you can dye calico. So if you want a navy blue background for your quilt, you can dye your calico. It's a beautiful background for things like red work, blue work, black work, for embroidery. It's also a beautiful surface for working on with things like Inktense pencils as well. Absolutely beautiful to work on with Inktense. If you want to practice santangling on fabric, calico is a great medium for that too. It really is a brilliant all-rounder. So, today's a great time to buy. We've got a 25-metre bolt. These always sell out. You can use split pay to get it home. So rather than pay £124.99 today, you can still get that bargain price, £62.49 today. Get the bolt home, make that £24.50 saving, and start using it. You may think 25 metres, how would I ever get through that? Once you've got it at home, you will find so many uses for it. You'll wonder how you ever managed without it. All right, if it's in your basket, don't forget to check out, because I don't want you to miss out. Now, if you haven't used our quilter's calico before and you want to just try it out and see what it's like, we've got it by the ½ metre too. Now, this is cut to order. It's £2.99 for a ½ metre. So that just shows you the price difference. If you buy it on the bolt, you're getting it for £2.49 a ½ metre. So you're saving 50p a ½ metre. But this is ½ metre. I'm going to hold it up so you can see. It's a big piece of fabric. If you wanted to use this for, say, something like doing sashiko or Inktense or santangling, you know, ½ metre is a decent amount for £2.99. Amazing. You could also use this for things like backing cushions. Another thing, because it's 60 wide, it's also really, really good to use as a lining fabric if you're doing things like soft furnishings, if you're doing blinds, if you're doing curtains. You know, it's a really, really economical fabric for that too. Lining bags. All sorts of things you can use this for. Absolutely brilliant. It's finely woven too. So if you want to use this, I mean, coming really close, just have a look and see. It is absolutely beautiful quality. And if you want to use this in your piecing, in your patchwork, you absolutely can. I mean, I talk a lot about using it for backing things with, but don't just relegate it to the back of your quilts. It is beautiful quality and will stand up next to your quilt weight cottons. I love it. I love it. I love that sort of country look. And also, calico looks so beautiful with things like Liberty, with things like Tana lawns or florals. It's just gorgeous. Give it a try. Give it a try. But the best way to get it, of course, is on that 25-metre bolt, because you're paying just £2.49 a ½ metre. You're getting 25 metres on a bolt, but you're also getting £24.50 saving. So cool. I love it. I love it. I mentioned toiles. If you're wondering what a toile is, it's just when you're doing dressmaking, rather than going straight to your beautiful fabric and cutting that up, you use calico, you make your basic bodice, you know, maybe one sleeve, you know, just to try out the pattern and see if it fits, and then you make the alterations to the calico. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, are you going to unravel the whole thing for me, Kat, so we can see what 25 metres looks like? Don't do that. Don't do that. Is Facebook working now? No. Oh, OK. Let's jump in with some fabric then. Where should we start? OK. OK. I'm going to start with a few. I'm going to start with a few of these poplins. I've got some really, really well-priced poplin bundles here. Start with this one. This ends 40, HK40. It's a 2.5 metre bundle, which is absolutely perfect for all sorts of things. You could do some elasticated waist, lovely trousers with this. Look at the price, $17.99. I told you they were good prices. Absolutely beautiful. This is lovely. Let me open it. So you could also do a lovely shirt or blouse in this. It would make a really lovely like shell top, or I mean, I'm thinking the Remy Raglan. So this pattern's coming up later with Adam at 11 o'clock. That would be gorgeous done in this. Now 2.5 meters, this is going to do like a 16, 18. So I've only got 5 of these bundles left. You've been very, very quick. It's all about being quick on these bundles because they're limited stocks anyway, and they are brilliant prices. So if you see something you love, check out your basket as quickly as you can. It's gorgeous, isn't it? And that colour would work all year round. Love that. Love that. Really great. Okay, more than we've got in baskets. More than we've got in baskets. I've only got 4 of these left. 2.5 meters, by the way, just to give you an idea. Cat's going to love me. I won't do this with every single bundle, but look, I just like to feel like I'm working in a haberdashery. Look, hello. Look at all of that for $17.99. It's gorgeous. Reminds me of being in primary school with the parachute. Woo! Oh my goodness, right, okay, 3 times as many of you have this in your basket than I have left. It's going to sell out. I'm going to move on. I've got some other poplins. Right, this is gorgeous. I love a bit of paisley. This is JA58. Absolutely delish. Okay, so this is 2.5 meters of poplin. It's cheaper than $16.99. Wow. Oh, that is absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous colourway. Absolutely gorgeous. Think about your summer makes with this. What would you do? It would be great for a shirt. It's a poplin, so it is a little lighter than a quilt weight cotton. It's springy, it's summery. You know, you can layer it all year round. I mean, actually, you know, this would be beautiful any time of year because it's got some like autumny colour in there as well. It's just a great all-rounder. It's a great all-rounder. Again, we've got Adam doing the closet core pajamas. I'm thinking, what about maybe just the bottoms in this? And then you could just wear it with a little t-shirt or a little singlet top. I mean, actually, you could use the pattern. You could use the bottoms pattern, okay, and then wear them out. I mean, she's got a pair of open-toed sandals, so she ain't going to bed. She ain't going to bed anytime soon. Now, I had slightly more of this bundle. But however, half of it already spoken for. Remember, it's not yours till you check out your basket. And at $16.99, this is not going to hang about. This is Rose and Hubble cotton poplin. It is beautiful quality. Also as well, you know what? This is really lovely and light and cool. This is not going to, you know, the kind of clothing that you're going to wear and feel cool in and feel relaxed in. So I'm thinking, elasticated waist, comfy, loose, skimming, light, comfortable. And also as well, you know, the fact sometimes with light fabrics, you can see through them. There's no see-through on this. Gorgeous. Just love that. Also, I will just say, I often use cotton poplins to back quilts with. I often use them, often because they're extra wide. Kat, can I just have a tape measure, please? There's a green one. That's brilliant, thank you. I often use cotton poplins, thank you, for backing quilts. And I do that because you get some gorgeous designs. The price is fabulous. They're cotton, of course, so they work perfectly well with your quilt weight cottons. They quilt beautifully as well. And you've got 44 full inches. It's absolutely brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. As a quilt backing, this would work absolutely brilliantly. Okay, now we're lucky that Ben was able to make as many bundles as he did because it's been incredibly popular. If it was any of the other bundles, it would have sold out by now 3 times over. Do you think this was a new fabric? Okay, maybe this was new. Maybe it wasn't supposed to be bundled. Who knows? Grab yours. How many have I got left, Ben? Oh, okay, single figures left on that. Again, it's going to sell out. Right, next one, I've got another gorgeous paisley. This one is kind of all the Merlot wine, burgundy. This is luscious. Wow, I'm already down to single figures. Sorry, folks. Oh, now that's a bit classy. That's a bit classy. Because the paisley design originated in India, but the production for scarves, Victorian scarves and shawls, but production, it was so popular that production was moved to Paisley in Scotland, and that's why it's called Paisley pattern. It's after the town in Scotland. That's where the name comes from. It's become an absolute classic, hasn't it, Paisley? I look at it and I always think like a quilted jacket, a cravat, things like that. Lovely for men's wear, but also absolutely gorgeous for women's wear too. 2.5 meters, by the way, is a good amount to make something like a men's shirt. And if it'll do a men's shirt, it'll do a woman's blouse. So 2.5 meter bundle is a really good size bundle here. I've only got 6 of these left. This would also be gorgeous for some nice palazzo pants. Wide leg palazzo. I love a palazzo pant. Yeah, so a palazzo pant, for those that don't, is a wide-legged trouser, kind of really wide from top to bottom, often with an elasticated waist. Lovely and cool, lovely and summery. Double figures in baskets, but I've only got, what, 5 left now? Oh, 4 now. 4 now. It was 6, it was 5. Now I've got 4 of these left. 3 left, and then they're gone. Yummy, yummy. All right, another poplin. This is gorgeous. This is so smart. This is modern. This ends 6'2". So this is that gorgeous, fresh spring green. So I think, you know, this time of year, I want that freshness. I want that lightness, that brightness. So for me, the time of year, I just need to energize it. This has got lovely energy to it, hasn't it? It's that gorgeous kind of, the colour of fresh shoots, spring green leaves, you know? Lovely and cool. You've got this rose outline, which is lovely and sort of modern. It's got a bit of a traditional feel, but it's modern. It's a bit fresh. You're thinking Eden Project, Ben? I like that. I flew over the Eden Project once. I never actually visited it, but the domes looked amazing from an aeroplane. Yeah, it's a great venue, isn't it? That is beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Now again, think outside the box. So dressmaking, of course, children's wear, lovely. But also, what about backing your quilts? What about some lovely things for, if you've got a conservatory or a garden room and you want to give it a bit of a fresh, bring the garden inside? Absolutely gorgeous. I've got less than 5 of these bundles left. 8, 9, 10 in baskets now. And I've got, what, 4 left? Okay. Okay, it's very busy. It's very, very busy on these dressmaking bundles. It's not just quilters that have a stash. Oh my goodness me, no. Dressmakers, we love to make sure we've got our fabrics in stock, and especially when you see them at such great prices. Right, let's do something different for a moment. Let's do some needle cord. Let's do some needle cord. Baby cord. I'm going to bring these 2 over because they're both absolutely adorable. These are crying out to be made into pinafore dresses, dungarees, Yeah, little jacket. A little jacket. Should we do this one first? Absolutely gorgeous. A shacket. Kind of, you know, denim jacket style, but made in baby cord. Now, if you've never worked with baby cord before, it is such an easy fabric to work with. It really is. It's got a little bit of stretch just on this dimension. Lengthwise grain, not so much. On that widthwise, just a little bit of ease there, but it's nothing that makes it difficult to work with. Super easy to work with. Some trousers, Ben. I love that. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Now, you've got 2.5 meters here. If you're doing children's wear, I mean, that basically, you know, the sky's the limit if you're using it for children's wear. It could be jacket, it could be trousers, it could be a dress, it could be all of those. Lovely for baby wear as well. I think a little hat and jacket combo in this would be adorable. But if you're doing adult wear, I'm definitely thinking pinafore dress, okay, with a chunky centre zip in the front. You know, with one of those kind of big like ring pulls would be really gorgeous. Quite sort of 60s looking, beautiful. Go on. Hello, why not? Great, $34.99. I love it even more. $34.99. The deal fairy is in the producer's seat today, by the way. It's our Ben. He does love doing a little sneaky saving. Let me just tell you as well that the width of this is extra wide. This is extra wide. So, pull from the right end, Stuart, it'll help. This is 56 inches wide. So on your dressmaking patterns, you'll usually have 2 lots of fabric requirements. So you'll have, if you're using a 44-inch wide fabric or a 56 or 60-inch wide fabric. And obviously you'll need usually significantly less fabric if you're using a wide fabric. This is 56 inches wide. And just to give you a little view of that. There you go. There you go. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. That's lovely, isn't it? So that's that one. Now, I've also got this one. This is my personal favourite. I just love the colours in this. Oh, we're going to match the price on the last bundle too. So you're going to make a saving. It should be $38.99. You're saving £4. It's going down to $34.99. It's never been reduced before and it's been really popular. So everyone that's already checked out their baskets, don't panic. You pay the lower price. You pay the lower price. Now this one, can you imagine teaming this with tan leather boots? Oh, yummy. And maybe like a deep aubergine kind of roll neck sweater under either dungarees or a dungaree dress in there. Super cute. Really cute. Yeah, love that. Love that. This would also, oh, how many? 3 left. Wow, okay. Oh, don't shoot. 3 left. Okay, wow. Well, that escalated quickly. But also as well, don't forget, you could use this to make an absolutely glorious hobo bag as well. A gorgeous hobo in this would be fabulous. Or a hat, yeah. I'd team this maybe with some tan or some cream faux leather. Make a bag, make a hat, make them both. I mean, remember, you've got 2.5 meters here. So actually, if you want to make lots of bags and sell them, you absolutely can. You can make and sell with these fabrics. And they're eye-catching, they're different. I've got more in baskets than I've got left. I'm not surprised with that cheeky little saving, Ben. Gorgeous. You are a naughty boy. Now, I've got 2 more baby cord, but they're both solids. So nice to have a solid colour. Do you have another patterned one? I'm not seeing... Okay. Oh, sorry. Yes. It's on the other side. We'll do this one first. This is a bigger bundle. This says 5 meters and it feels like a... Oh, well, okay. So this is a 2.5 meter. Okay, fine. 2.5 meters. This is definitely giving all those kind of swinging 60s vibes, isn't it? It's funky, it's you know, what's this, Carnaby Street? I want to be skipping down Carnaby Street with, yeah, with this on. Definitely. A cravat, yes, definitely. It's cute, it's lovely. And I do think for children's wear, it's just absolutely adorable. For adult wear, it's absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful, it's beautiful. But yeah, I definitely think bags as well in this baby cord would be fabulous. And remember, because it's 56 inches wide, 58 inches wide, you're going to get much more out of the fabric. Fabulous, fabulous. Oh, okay, poplins. The only one that I've got stock left of is this paisley. Beautiful. We had lots of this. That's the only reason why I've got any left. It's been super popular. All our other poplin bundles have sold out. Every single one is sold out. But this one, I still have 9 opportunities. If you want to get this poplin, it's beautiful. It's $16.99. More of you in baskets than we have. 12 of you have this in your basket. I've got 9 chances left. So if you want to get this poplin bundle, remember you get 2.5 meters. You get a cheeky little bundle there for $16.99. It's amazing actually, because 2.5 meters, Ben. What's the price per meter? Should be able to work it out in my head. Less than £7 a metre, £6.50? Okay, so £6.70. £6.70, is it £6.79? £6.79 a metre. I mean, that's an amazing price, isn't it? That's sale time price, and it's not a sale day. It's an ordinary day on Sewing Street. Right, I've got some solid coloured baby cord or needle cord. 2.5 metre bundles. We'll start with this gorgeous sort of tobacco brown. I think that would be lovely with shearling, with a shearling collar. Make a jacket with a shearling collar. You know, that kind of almost like faux lamb's fleece collar would be gorgeous, wouldn't it? A little bit of a lumberjack style or a little shacket maybe. Absolutely gorgeous. I love the colour too. I love that colour. It's a gorgeous, rich golden brown. What about, here's a left field idea. What about making teddy bears out of needle cord? A corduroy bear. I mean, you know me, I do love a bear. And a needle cord teddy bear would be divine, wouldn't it? Or rabbits. Yeah. Gorgeous. If you've got any patterns, maybe from Baffa or from our lovely Sandy Millichip Masocchi, absolutely beautiful. And 2.5 meters, extra wide as well. The other one that I've got is navy. This is a really deep, inky navy. Look at that. That's so smart. It's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, you could make a lovely pinafore dress out of this. And look at the price. $28.99. Fabulous, isn't it? Absolutely superb. That's our navy needle cord. Again, a good all-rounder. A good all-rounder. All right, shall we do some denims? Let's do some denims. These are by the ½ meter. You know, it's good, isn't it? They're great for bag making, great for dressmaking. I've got light, medium, dark, and I've got 2 prints. I really want to start with this one because it's so gorgeous. It's so gorgeous. Let me have a look. Let me open that up. Perfect, perfect. How beautiful is that? Now, oh, you're kidding me. I've got a metre left. I've got a metre left. That is beautiful. And look. You could really make a feature out of that. Oh, I say, right, I'm going to take it away before everyone gets very disappointed. Okay, there's still a metre left if you want it. Right, I've got a different colourway. I've got 15 metres of this one. This is gorgeous. Oh, I love that. Imagine doing a jacket that had got sort of, you know, the front of the jacket in this, the collar in this. So you used both sides. What about bag making where you did the top of the bag in one and the bottom in the reverse? Or unlined things are going to look really cool inside as well as outside. This is amazing. Now, let me tell you, this is wide. This is wide. I think this is going to be 56. Look at the price as well, $5.99.5 metre. Yeah, it's 56 inches wide, superb. So you get a lot. You get a lot for your money. That's $5.99 there. Now, yeah, absolutely. Little bit of stretch as well. So great for fitting. Great for fitting. That's gorgeous. Right, let's do our absolute can't live without. Dark, medium and light denims. Classic, gorgeous, wearable. Start with the dark, ending 4-3. Oh, it's a gorgeous weight. It's an absolutely gorgeous weight. Now, this is the 8 ounce, which is that slightly heavier weight. This is by no means those like the jeans that would stand up without you wearing them, right? It's not like that at all. This is still, I mean, look at, you can see what a beautiful drape you've got on that fabric, but it's got a lovely structure to it. Do you know what I mean? So it's gonna just look beautiful, so beautifully, pressed beautifully, dress, dungarees, trousers, tops, you name it, also bags. Last week, Delphine introduced me to the concept of folk art embroidery on dark denim. Wow, absolutely amazing, embroidered with bright colours, just beautiful. So remember, that's cut to order. Now, medium, lovely. This is that kind of spring, summer, isn't it? This is spring, summer. This is starting to feel the sun on your skin. Yeah. Oh, this one's $4.99. That was $5.99, the last one, wasn't it? I think. This is $4.99.5 metre. This is great. This is great. I love this colour. It's just anybody can wear this colour, can't they? Was it all $4.99? Oh, I beg your pardon. Yeah, it is really good. 58 inches wide. 58 inches wide. Again, so you're going to use on your pattern, go with the wider fabric requirements. You'll need less. The light. Oh, love this. This is proper full summer, gorgeous. Oh, I love that. Well, this is just, I always think with this, I look like I've got a tan, even if I haven't, if I wear this. It makes everyone's skin look more glowy. Does the denim have any stretch, please, Stuart? So, this is on the widthways. It's got give rather than stretch. On the lengthwise, again, it's got give, but not, I wouldn't call it a stretch denim. No, but it's got that little bit so that, for example, in trousers, it's going to work with your body when you're moving rather than feeling stiff. Now, let's do some William Morris and some Liberty. Let's start with William Morris. Can we start with the faux silk? Because this is glorious. Now, I am thinking, can you imagine pajamas or pajama bottoms only in William Morris faux silk? I mean, we're talking real luxury here without the luxury price tag. This is a 3-metre bundle here for under £30. I think that's phenomenal. I'm going to open this out a little bit because I want you to see the scale, the pattern, but also the sheen and the whole kind of wiggle of this. Look, I mean, it's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Isn't it? This is proper sort of luxurious. I mean, what about something like a kimono-style dressing gown? Short or long, little tie, gorgeous, absolutely, in that. I mean, look at the shimmer and sheen on that. It is just glorious. Faux silk, William Morris strawberry theme. I mean, it really does look the business. Real quality. Real quality. It's gorgeous. I've only got 6 of these bundles left. It's been really popular. I'm not surprised. It's glorious. Sometimes we forget just how many lovely dressmaking fabrics we've got here on Sewing Street. Shows like this are fabulous for showcasing just what we've got. It's lovely, isn't it? Just glorious. Now, I've also got Golden Lily. Golden Lily. This is a bit more Willy Mo. We love our Willy Mo here. Oh, it's fabulous. It's timeless, isn't it? It's so classic. I've only got 1 of these bundles left, but for goodness sake, look at that. It is absolutely beautiful. What about a pussy bow blouse in that? I love it. I love it. A pussy bow blouse. That's sold out. Was it the pussy bow blouse? What can I say? What can I say? Now, I've also got the Golden Lily in viscose. Now, wonderful Owl and Sewing Cat patterns use a lot of viscose. It's such a gorgeous wearable fabric. Super easy to sew, really stable. It drapes beautifully. It's cool to wear. You can see the lovely drape. It's cool to wear. It's easy to wear. It looks really elegant, but it's comfy, relaxed. This is gorgeous, isn't it? So again, it could be that sort of kimono style top or jacket. It could be a duster coat, some wide-legged trousers. Tracy Dennis from Owl and Sewing Cat does loads of lovely patterns for viscose. I love her. She does pajama bottoms, and I've made them. They're really easy to make, and also they look great as a day trouser or evening wear trouser as well, not just pajama bottoms. So lots of lovely things you can do with this. This is a 3-metre bundle for under £30. It's incredible, isn't it? Amazing. Morning, Stuart. I made curtains from the faux silk William Morris fabric. Len! Oh my goodness, that sounds gorgeous. That sounds gorgeous. It's absolutely luxurious. It's just luxurious. It's beautiful. I do think, you know, I don't know, shall I say? I'll say it. The older I get, the more comfortable I want my clothes to be. When I was young, I was prepared to feel uncomfortable in clothing because it was the trend, the style, whatever. Now, I want to feel comfortable when I'm at work, when I'm at home, you know, all these kind of things. Viscose is such a comfy fabric to wear. Soft on your skin. It doesn't kind of irritate or scratch, and it's cool. Love that. Love that. Right, shall we do some Liberty? Now, these Liberty bundles, this is all Emily Bell. I'll show you, I've got 4 options. These are 100% quilt weight cotton. Absolutely perfect for doing something like dressmaking, for dresses, for tops, for shirts. Now, I've got to say that for a shirt, that's a bit of me. That's a bit of me. Any of these, in fact, are a bit of me. I've only got 5 of these left, though. I'm sorry, we don't have many, but because Liberty is so, so beautiful and precious. This is a 3-metre bundle. It's 44 inches wide. I think it's a brilliant price. I was in Liberty just a couple of weeks ago in London, and I don't think you could get a carrier bag for £50.94, let alone 3 metres of Liberty fabric. It's just a delicious colour, isn't it? This is called marine blue. It's a bit dreamy, isn't it? It's that lovely warm. For me, this is sort of light Cornish blue. China blue. Lovely. Grab that one. Now, also, I'm rather in love with this green. I'm doing 5/8. Our director, Ollie, loves this. That is delicious. Wouldn't that be amazing? Right, so you're going to a wedding, you're wearing a regular suit, but your shirt is this. You could do a tie and a pocket square if you were a little more conservative. But if you wanted to really strike a pose, I think a lovely slim-fitting shirt in this with a suit for a wedding would be absolutely glorious. You want those lovely darts going up the front, don't you? So it's nice and slim-fitting. I mean, frankly, at the moment, everything I wear is slim-fitting. It's all tight. But hey, I'm having a day. I'm really feeling really fat today. Hence the sweater. Oh, no, but that is gorgeous, isn't it? That colour is caterpillar. That's made me giggle because while I was in London, I went shopping with a friend, and I went into a clothes shop that I've never been in before, and I picked my normal size of shirt, and I went and put it on, and my friend Jo was there. She went, "Oh, what does it look like? What does it look like?" And I stepped out, and I said, "I look like a caterpillar," because literally it pinched me in here and here. My whole body was segmented. Ah. It wasn't a good look. It wasn't a good look. Right. This ends 6/4. Oh, love that. This is tangerine. This is a tangerine dream. £50.94 for a 3-metre bundle. Again, you could use this to back a single bed quilt. 2 panels sewn together. Gorgeous. Oh, I mean, I'd use it on the front of the quilt, really, but if you wanted to use it for the backing, you could. You could. Actually, do you know what would be nice? What about making a whole cloth quilt in this? Just quilt it. Just quilt it. Gorgeous. And then our last colour, oh, I'm in love with this kind of slatey blue. This, again, I would wear a shirt made in this. I'd love a shirt made in this. It's lovely, isn't it? That's called Evening Sky. Evening Sky, what a lovely name. It's one of my favourite Liberty fabrics ever. I love Emily Bell. It's just so, so beautiful. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Right, I've only got a couple of bundles left to share with you. Let's do these two. So, this is stone-washed linen. So again, this is a good all-year-rounder, but I always think linen for spring, summer is wonderful. Let's do the dark grey first. So, for £34.99, you get 3 metres. Now, again, this is This is an extra wide fabric. I'll measure it just so that we are clear and accurate. I think it's an extra wide. Oh yes, it is. It's a big bundle. It's a big bundle. You get lots here. So again, I'm thinking not Jess Fallon, Jules Fallon, I beg your pardon. Jules Fallon, or Fiona Hesford, Sew Girl, patterns, amazing dresses, sort of trapezoid dresses or tops. This is 54 inches wide. Yes, 54 inches wide by 3 meters. And this actually, it's called dark grey, but it's a brown grey, purple grey. Do you know what I mean? Those purple browns that are, it depends what you wear with it. It depends what you wear with it. Right, the last bundle in the stone washed linen. This is the cream, absolutely classic, isn't it? 3 metre bundle, £34.99. Oh, lovely. Love that. I've got poplin prints, yes. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Right, here we go. A floral, a rose by any other name. Got 5 bundles left, £16.99. Oh, that's been sleeping. £16.99. Lovely. Yep, 2.5 metres for £16.99. This one here. Oh, my goodness. No, I didn't grab this one earlier because I thought this is Liberty. It's going to cost a fortune. Oh, wow. This is 2.5 metres, not 3.5 metres. It's 2.5 metres, like the other poplin bundles for £16.99. I thought this was Liberty. Oh, someone's going to get a bargain. 2.5 metres for £16.99. Right, I've also got some boiled wool. Boiled wool. This is teal boiled wool, 3 metres. Called it Sapphire, 3 metres, £64.99. This is the kind of thing you want to make a lovely unlined jacket out of. Maybe waterfall cardigan, something like that. Just beautiful, beautiful. I've also got a navy. This is a stone-washed linen as well, isn't it? 4.5 metres in this bundle, so a bigger bundle. Oh, it's lovely. It's got a lovely weight to it, and I don't mean it's heavy, but it's got just a lovely drape and a weight to it. Oh, that is lovely. £51.99. I want a top and trousers made in that. Like sort of kind of a little bit wide leg trouser and like a top that's got maybe quite a deep slash neckline. Could wear that. And then with some lovely jewellery. Yes. Beautiful. Couple of quick recaps. Calico, the calico bolts. Whoa. Oh my goodness, this is the day to get it. It's £124.99. That's for 25 metres of quilters pre-wash calico, 60-inch wide as well. You're saving £24.50. You're paying £2.49 per half metre. It's absolutely beautiful quality. Use it on the front or the back of quilts. Use it to make toiles. Use it in dressmaking. It's a brilliant all-rounder. Lovely for painting on, drawing on. Last thing of the hour, the Jane Crowfoot book. This is the complete crochet handbook. If you want to learn from the best, I think Jane Crowfoot is the finest crochet designer. She's absolutely incredible, so inspiring. This book is not just about absolute basics. Yes, it's got all of those in it, but it's also got intermediate, advanced and super advanced techniques. If you've ever wanted to do mosaic crochet, it's in there. Filet crochet, crocheting with beads, it's all in there. But also how to make a chain, how to make a slip stitch. So it's really everything. It's just launched. It's already, I mean, flown. Right, what a busy start to the day. We're going to go for a break. When we're back, there's a whole load of fabulousness here in the form of Adam Brooks and the incredible Fran Pajamas. These are beautiful. A real masterclass from Adam after next.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye!
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Do you know, it's so good to have your company today. And I'll tell you who else you've got as company. Adam Brooks.
Morning. Happy Valentine's Day.
Hey. Happy Valentine's Day to you too.
Bless you.
Are you doing something special?
Oh, no, not really. It's just another day really now, isn't it? When you've been with somebody for a while, it's every day is important, isn't it? Not just one day. No.
No, it's lovely. No, it is. Absolutely. You've got to keep the magic alive, Adam. You've got to keep the magic alive. It's wonderful to have you here. Oh, it started well. Yes, so today with Adam, we're going to be doing the Fran Pajamas. Now, important question, Adam. What do you wear in bed?
I can't believe you've actually asked me that. But I love it. A lady never tells. What did you say? Chanel No. 5 and a smile? Other flavours of perfume are available. No, do you know what? I'm really oversharing, I think.
Go on.
I used to wear one of my nana's old nighties when I was round at hers. Yeah, when I used to say, and I'd forgot my pyjamas.
Yeah.
It used to be one of my nana's.
Yes.
And she used to say, it's a nightshirt, Adam. Gentlemen used to wear nightshirts.
Yeah.
So that used to be a time. And then it depends on the season, really.
Was it broderie anglais with pockets?
Yeah, you know the one. And then now, I like a nice brushed cotton in a pyjama.
Oh, lovely. Yes.
Yeah, I do. I do like a onesie when it's really cold. Yeah.
You old romantic, you.
I know.
Well, have I got pyjamas for you? We've got the Fran from Closet Core Patterns pyjamas. These are so stylish, absolutely gorgeous. First thing I ever made was pyjamas. First bit of dressmaking I ever did.
Really?
Yeah,
was it?
Pyjamas. Because I wanted to make something that I would wear, that I knew I would wear, but also I suppose something that if it wasn't amazing, I'd be wearing it in bed. So it was okay. Do you know what I mean? It was
This
a good
is it.
thing to try, to practice. Loads and loads of different skills that you'll learn in making a pair of pyjamas. It's got a little bit of everything. However, I've got to say that on the back, now where does it say it, Adam?
It's right at the top in the description.
Elevate your lounging and sleeping game with the Fran Pajamas, featuring tailored details with a slouchy fit. They look just as good in bed as they do glammed up and on the town. I love that. I love that. And I think, as I did point out earlier on, the model on the front is wearing a pair of peep-toed slingbacks. So
she's on the town, obviously.
She ain't going to bed anytime soon. Fabulous. Now, one size, one pattern for all. This is size 0 to 20. This is from double extra small through to 4X.
Yeah.
Okay, so a really good range of sizes. And Adam, in terms of the fit, the ease...
Yeah, there's loads in there, Stuart. Like it describes, a slouchy fit. There's a lovely box pleat on the back, which just gives all of that ease. And it's a really nice feature. And do you know what I love about it? It's not just there's a pleat. It's like, we're having a pleat.
We're really having a pleat.
It's a nice big pleat in the back on the shirt, on the top.
Yeah. Absolutely gorgeous. And you've made the top and the bottom, haven't you?
Yeah.
Beautiful. It looks so gorgeous. You could do it in one fabric. You could mix and match. You could make the bottoms if you prefer to just do the bottoms.
Yeah, you could.
You could do the bottoms and then wear it perhaps with a T-shirt.
Yeah.
Or a little vest top.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Right, a little message. Ooh. Valentine's Day and my birthday, 60 years young. Oh, Maria, lots of love to you. Happy Valentine's Day and a very, very happy birthday as well.
Happy birthday.
That's gorgeous. And of course, as well, it's also Ash Wednesday, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh,
Ash Wednesday.
is it today?
It's today.
Ah,
it's today.
I know it was
Yesterday
a pancake
was
day.
Shrove Tuesday.
Yeah, of course.
Today's Ash Wednesday.
There you go.
Yeah. Did you have your pancakes yesterday?
I didn't. Do you know what? This is a sore subject. Oh. I did not get any pancakes yesterday. We usually have them at work, and the lady that used to make them at work has now gone off to work somewhere else.
Selfish.
So I know. So nobody took on the responsibility. I'm fuming.
I can tell Adam. He's positively raging. That's Adam when he's angry. Scary. These pyjamas are beautiful, Adam. Absolutely
I love
gorgeous.
them, you know. And do you know what? Yeah, we're making them as pyjamas, but like it says in the description, it's got tailored details into it. So, you know, depending on your fabric choices, you break it down. It's a pair of trousers and a shirt, really. You've got the pattern.
Sure. Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, instantly I look at the trousers and think, but you could have those as just like a wide-legged, like, summer trouser.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, you could wear those
absolutely.
anytime.
And you can't see it on the stand at the moment, but I'll explain. The waistband on the trousers got a slight nod to a paper bag design on the front. It's only about 1 centimetre above the waistband, but a real nice feature. It's well thought out, this pattern, and I think you're getting a lot for your money.
Love that. $19.99 for the pattern. Remember, one size, one pattern, whatever your size. Now, let's go through some fabrics. We've got some gorgeous bundles. I want to start with the one that Adam's made the sample with. Am I right? Is this a Lewis and Irene? No. Oh, is it Rose and Hubble? Oh, it is absolutely delicious. Now, amazingly, you're getting 6 metres for under £40. How is that even possible?
That's brilliant.
That's incredible. Now, instantly, the quilter in me is thinking, but I want 6 metres for a quilt. At under £40, that's amazing.
Yeah.
But also, if you want to make pyjamas, if you wanted to do the bottoms and a little dressing gown.
Yeah, you could.
You've got plenty.
Absolutely. And it's so lovely to work with. It sews lovely, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's not as heavy as a quilt weight cotton, but it is cotton. It's beautiful. The colours are so vibrant. It's gorgeous. Love that. Is this a 44-inch wide?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I've got 4 left. I've got 4 of you with it in your basket. That's really good news. If one more person puts it in their basket, it becomes bad news. I'm just saying, oh, it's bad news. It's bad news. 5 in baskets. But there are 4. Oh, 6 in baskets. We could just stay here all day. 3. How many 3 left? 7 in baskets. Any more? Okay, right. Let's do something completely different. Oh, I've only got 2 of that bundle left. You will need to be quick.
It's nice.
This is... Now this, I feel, is the pyjamas you wear when you are on the continent.
Yeah.
You're somewhere like Saint-Tropez or St. Moritz or somewhere elegant, or just you want to look elegant at home. This is absolutely stunning. I cannot believe the price. I cannot believe that price. Is that right, Ben? $32.99 for 6 metres. Wow. Well, if it's wrong, I don't want to be right. This is absolutely stunning. I've only got 3 left and I've got 6. Wow. Come and have a feel, Adam.
I know, I've had a sneaky feel before. Because this has got a lovely drape, because it's got, is it viscose in it? Yeah, viscose poplin. Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's like you're helping me to fold the sheet. Thank you. Oh, but that is absolutely stunning and so vibrant. I love it. I love it. Wow, there's 18 in baskets and 1 left. There's only 1 left. Wow, wow. It is absolutely gorgeous. What a bargain. Right, next up. Oh, pretty, pretty, pretty. Is this like dogwood blossoms, do they call this? This is absolutely beautiful. This is proper pretty pyjamas, isn't it?
Yeah, you're going to have some posh pyjamas with all of this.
I'm gorgeous, stunning. Well, and the thing is, you know, these are pyjamas that you wear, like, not just in bed, but you're going to wear these around. Do you know what I mean? You're going to keep them on for
on the town.
Well, on the town, exactly. But do you know what I mean? This is loungewear. This is, you know, don't just wear these in bed. They're so beautiful. Oh, this is a summer dress. Because again, 6 metres for under £40. It's absolutely incredible value. What's the price per metre on that, Ben? I think that's gorgeous. And so spring, summer colours. £6.66 a metre. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. It's beautiful. You could also, again, use this in your quilting, bag making. Just stunning. It's not just for pyjamas. Yeah, don't forget as well, you know, some of the bundles we had earlier on, like the William Morris or the Liberty, 2 bundles is going to give you the 6 metres, and that's to make up to 1XL pyjamas and bottoms. Am I right?
That's right, yeah. That'll give you the 6 metres. Yeah, anything above a 1X, you might need a little bit more if you're going to make both the top and the bottoms.
Now, while we're talking about silky, can I just show this William? I know, because now my gorgeous mum would absolutely freak out. Pajamas in this, or a dressing gown, or just bottoms in this. Can you imagine? This is like, you know, breakfast at Tiffany's. Beautiful, isn't it?
It is nice. A silky pair of pajamas.
Oh
yeah.
And that, my mum loves that kind of ivory, soft pastels. It just beautiful. Half a metre for £5.49. Cut to order for you. So, for example, Adam, if I wanted to make just the bottoms, let's say size 18, roughly, only roughly, how much would I need?
Yeah, well, if we were going an extra large for the pants, 2.5 metres if it's 58 wide.
Okay.
What's the width of that one, is it?
I think this is 58.
Yeah, there you go. So about 2.5 metres.
2.5 metres, 5 units. Absolutely gorgeous. That would also make a kimono dressing gown. 2.5 metres would be plenty for a kimono dressing gown. £27.45. Absolutely luxurious. And if you were buying that in a boutique, you'd be looking at probably £100.
Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh, yeah. Yeah,
like
you would be.
A beautiful William Morris faux silk kimono dressing gown, you'd be talking £100 top, you know, plus.
Quite easy.
Absolutely gorgeous. Love that. Right, back to bundles. I've got another cotton poplin. This was sneaky because we had some lovely bundles earlier, but this one wasn't there. This is gorgeous. This is, again, 6 metres for £39.99. That means you're paying £6.66 a metre for this beautiful cotton fabric. This is a cotton poplin. Again, with something like this, you could make a couple of pairs of the Could you shorten them? Could you do shorty pyjamas?
Really easily, yeah.
Because I love a shorty pyjama.
Yeah, you could do quite easily. Yeah. This fabric, you can make anything from it. It's just one of those baggy, well, you can. I love a paisley.
Me too, me too. And I love the fact as well, you've got that soft buttery yellow, you've got sage green, and you've got that really lovely soft lilac in there. Because if you are someone that likes to just wear the bottoms and then wear a little singlet, a little vest top, a little T-shirt, you can mix and match, can't you? Yeah. Lilac, sage green, soft buttery lemon yellow. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. There's only 8 of these bundles left, and we started with a lot more. It's been really popular, but we had a good quantity of this one, but we have literally just less than 10 single figures left. Right, I've got some more fabrics by the half metre, 2 more William Morris. These are viscose. These are viscose. So Strawberry Thief first. I did not have this in the earlier dressmaking hour. I wondered where it was. Again, viscose for pyjamas.
Yeah,
good
nice
for the bottoms,
and drapey.
good for the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Good for it all.
Lovely, lovely. But also, if you wanted to do like just wide-legged trousers to wear out.
Yeah.
Gorgeous for a wedding.
Yeah, that would be actually.
Wide-legged trouser, use the pyjama pant.
Yeah, you could quite easily, yeah.
And then a little top and a jacket.
Yeah. And that's the thing, I think it's fabric choice. I mean, we're going for posh pyjamas with some of these, and this fabric's so versatile. But, you know, it's the fabric that you're making something out of that will elevate it. So if you're going with something like that, then, yeah, it doesn't have to be a pyjama bottom. No. It's a pant pattern, and I think that's what it means by on the back, wearing it on the town. It's a versatile pattern. Yeah,
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Hi, Stuart and Adam. Would you need a different needle to sew the faux silk? And would it be difficult to work with? Appreciate your help. That's Judith. Adam, you're the dressmaking expert.
Oh, I don't know about that. Yes, a real nice, sharp, new, fine needle, maybe something like a 60 or a 70 I'd go with. Or a Microtex. I was just about to say, yeah, a Microtex needle is a good one.
What about
did you have some Microtexes on here not long ago?
Yeah, we did. By the 100.
Yeah, I
Oh,
saw
amazing.
that. I was very tempted.
So 70 or 75 Microtex, what thread would you use for faux silk?
Well, you usually match what you're sewing. It used to be cotton with cotton, although a lot of stuff has polyester in it now. Polyester is very versatile, but, you know, if you're going to use a silk thread, it starts to get expensive then.
Yeah.
'Cause we're talking a faux silk here, don't forget. It's
That's
not
right.
the real deal,
No.
although it feels just as nice. So, yeah, you'd be all right.
58?
Yeah,
58 thread.
that's it, a nice fine, yeah.
And any tips on working with faux silk?
So, yeah, you're going to want to think about your cutting out. So with cutting out, you're probably going to not want to cut on the fold where you can because it moves around a lot. We were talking about this. You gave me a great tip about
I like
some
to put
paper.
a sheet,
Yes.
well, either a sheet or paper on the table.
Yes.
And then slippy fabrics don't slip.
Yeah, really good tip there. Yeah, and also just cutting out a nice sharp pair of shears. What else really? Stabilising any necklines for sure with some stay stitching.
Yeah.
And just taking your time.
Fleeceline doing amazing tape.
Yeah.
Stabilising armholes and necklines as well.
Just as long as it's not anything heavy.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that would work.
Cool. Thank you, Adam. Hope that helped. Right, so this is Golden Lily Viscose. Again, by the half metre, cut to order, $6.49. So again, if you want to make a shell top, metre and a half is usually enough for a shell top. If you want to make a PJ bottoms, about 2.5 metres is going to do it for most sizes. Fab. Now, my favourites now. Because this pattern could be used for men's pyjamas as well.
Yeah.
Especially the bottoms. And I just love these. Let's do the green. Let's do the green. Love this. I so want a shirt in this. But if you love that more sort of, I suppose this is a bit more traditional pyjama, you know, warm, soft. This is, come and have a feel of this.
Yeah, this is a bit of me, this one. I like this.
This is absolutely gorgeous. It's
Oh, yeah. Yeah, do you know what? It's a nice way. If you're somebody that does get warm in the night, you know, for the winter months, but it's not too thick, this. It's just right.
It's cosy without kind of...
Yes.
You're sweaty.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Really nice for a shirt as well. But yeah, beautiful. It's $9.99 a half metre. It's from Robert Kaufman, so it's it's really, really good quality. It's lovely. Robert Kaufman do some incredible quilt fabrics, and that is just absolutely beautiful. The gold with navy. Very, very nice. This is your colour, Ben. By the old campfire. It's a little bit out on the range, isn't it? It's lovely.
I quite like that, though.
Yeah, me too.
I like that colourway. I like
nice,
it.
Isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. It would suit you too, Adam. Really nice. This is kind of slate grey,
That's nice.
blue. That's gorgeous. And the thing is as well, pyjamas, we wear pyjamas a lot more than we wear our day clothes. If you think about, like, you're wearing them for maybe 8, 10, 12 hours, if you wear them in the evening as well, and then through the night.
Yeah.
I don't wear my day clothes that long. And also as well, my pyjamas I might be wearing for a week
Yeah.
before they go in the wash. Does that sound awful?
I don't want to be judgy.
You are, you're judging me. Would you change
I'm
them
not
every
judging
day?
you.
I'd wear pyjamas for a week.
Yeah, no, I'd get my wear out of them, yeah.
Oh, I feel really bad now. Is that terrible?
Maybe I'd change the top more than the bottoms. I don't know.
Well, I've never felt more judged. Oh, this is lush. This is lush. Look. Oh, what about, well, just a scarf.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, $9.99 for half a metre. That's gorgeous. Oh, I love it. It feels amazing. It's so soft. It's buttery. Oh, that is lovely. Wow. Okay, Adam, I need to let you get on.
Are we
Make
doing
me
something?
pyjamas, please.
Make me pyjamas. I'm going to do some work on the trousers. If you're starting this pattern and you're coming at it from a confident beginner point of view, the trousers are probably a little bit easier to do than the top.
Okay.
The top's got quite involved in some aspects. It's got buttonholes and buttons like you'd expect. It's actually got a pocket on the front. You might not be able to see.
That.
But you've got that flexibility there as well. As I say, that nice vent in the back. The finish on it's lovely. When I say the poshest pair of pyjamas you'll have, the finish on it makes it that. You've got a nice deep hem on the cuffs. If I just turn that up, you can see.
Oh, that's nice.
And on the inside, it's faced. There's a facing. And there's 2 yokes, so it's fully enclosed in the yoke section using the burrito method.
Oh, very good.
Yeah. I will say this, just a tip in the pattern. For anybody that has watched me do the burrito method, you're used to seeing it sewn at the shoulder seams when you roll it up. But this is done the other way, where you sew the shoulder seams first with a facing, and then you sew the very bottom of the yoke. So, but it's the same principle.
Yeah.
We're going to look at the pocket bags on here because, again, they are slightly different. And I'd like to get to the waistband with that paper bag edge if I can. So there's some notches on the trouser front. And all I've done, just to quickly show you, the pocket bag is actually cut on the fold. It's one piece. So it's not so one half of the pocket bag to the front and one half of the pocket bag to the back. It's slightly different, this. So right sides together. I'm just going to go underneath. Now, it is American pattern, so a lot of the seam allowance is in inches. However, it also gives you it in centimetres as well.
Cool.
It gives you it quite specifically. We'd say 5/8 of an inch is 1.5 centimetres, but it gives it you quite specifically. But with it being an American pattern, I'm just putting my seam allowance on the plate in inches.
Okay.
Between the notches here then, so this is why it's important to mark your notches. I'm just going to sew 5/8 of an inch. It's 5/8 of an inch all the way through, unless otherwise stated. It does chop and change a little bit, so make sure that you do pay attention to your pattern.
Right.
There we go. So we've just sewn that bit on there. Now I'm going to do something that's a little bit bizarre that you might think, Adam, what are you doing? You don't snip into seam allowances, but this is what the pattern tells you to do.
Okay.
All right. So where that notch is, where I've sewn accurately between the 2 points, I'm just going to put a snip into the seam allowance right up to the stitching line, but not past it. And this is where it's good to have a nice pair of sharp shears, because you want to be able to get right up. If your shears cut right at the end, then they're a good pair. Okie dokie, so we've done that bit, and now what we're going to do is understitch. I talk about understitching all the time. We need to press as well. This is going to be a little bit alien maybe at first, but we're going to press the seam allowance now towards the pocket bag. So I'm just doing that there. But then the seam allowance above and below the notch, we're going to press the other way, which is why we've snipped into that seam allowance. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Because the construction of these trousers is slightly different with the pocket bag. Instead of sewing round the pocket bag, we're going to actually put the front and back together and sew right the way down the seam, not catching the opening of the pocket bag. I'll show us how to do it. All right, and then again, above and below the notch, just pressing it. So the seam allowance is going in opposite ways. Now at this point, you can finish off the seam allowance that's towards the pocket bag if you wish. Overlock or zigzag. You're not going to see it anyway because it's going to get caught in. But to finish it off and to avoid any fraying in a wash or whatever.
Adam,
yes.
Just to make your whole experience even more beautiful, in the 12 o'clock hour, I've got some Mundial dressmaking shears, which are
have you?
Unbelievable.
Oh, look at that.
Have you ever?
Oh, they're nice.
They are spectacular, Adam.
Just listen to that.
I know.
Oh, and
they're the real deal.
Let me get a bit, I've got to get a bit of fabric.
I was going to say.
Can I try them?
Have a little. Yeah, they are amazing.
Do the touch. Yeah, they snip right at the ends. Oh, they're nice. Yeah, I mean, I know I'm only cutting cotton, but they are nice. I need a good pair of those. They might come home with me.
Will not. You can use them during the hour, though, Adam. That's absolutely
fabulous. I will do that. So I'm just under stitching now. I've upped my stitch length to about a 3. I tend to do a bit of a longer stitch for an understitch. I just find it looks a little bit more attractive, even though you're not going to see it.
I get that. I get that. Well, it's a good habit, isn't it? It's a form of top stitching, and I always do that a bit as well.
Yeah, exactly. I hate to see on any visible stitching really small stitches. It
looks like a mistake, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it doesn't look as neat in dressmaking. Obviously, when you're doing things like FPP and stuff, you need a shorter stitch. But anyway, so we've just understitched between the notches there. Are we with me so far?
Yeah.
We good? All right, so what I'm going to do now is right sides together meet the pocket bag like this. Oh. So do you see, usually you'd have 2 halves of the pocket bag, one on the front, one on the back, but we've not got a seam down in the middle there. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So it's well thought out in terms of the construction. It gives a professional finish. But when you read the instructions, sometimes it can be a little bit like origami, and it's like, oh, okay, that bit. But honestly, I always say, take your time to read through all of the instructions first off. Get an overview of it. Even if you don't understand every single bit, it's good to get an overview of what you're sewing, in what order, where, and it just gives you a good idea. All right. I've got a seam guide, a magnetic seam guide on my machine today. It's just because I've got that 5/8 inch at the back, and being stood up, I can't necessarily see where that 5/8 inch is on my...
Oh, good tip.
Some people worry about using magnetic seam guides on computerised machines. You do have to be careful, but it's so far away from where any of the computer part is. I don't have a trouble, it's fine. Okay, so we've sewn now the bottom of the pocket bag. What we've got to do now is baste this in place, all right? So we've got the nice understitching there as well. And if I just grab, because I've prepared one, I've done the nearest one I did earlier. You'll see what I mean now. You've got the pocket bag. Let's get this the right way around for you. So we're just going to do some basting stitches now. But can you see there's my pocket? Understitched nicely. And then what we'll eventually be doing is putting the backs and fronts right side together and sewing down here, missing that pocket bag.
Just missing the fold.
Which is where you have to be careful.
Yeah.
Yeah? All right, so we're going to baste like this one. So I've got half of it there. We've got the other half here. And we're just going to match this one now. All right. So there we go. I've done this the right way, haven't I? Yeah, there we go. So it folds back on itself like that. There's notches on all of the pattern pieces as well that line up beautifully if you've been precise. So may your notches match.
Absolutely. It all comes down to your cutting and your marking, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, it does. So I'm just going now. I'm basting these at 1/2 inch. And you're going to ask me what that is in centimetres.
No, to be honest, Adam, I always work in inches.
Well, yeah, quilting you do, don't you? So that might be nice if there's anybody that's kind of going from primarily being a quilter and exploring in dressmaking. Maybe an American pattern's good for you if you're used to working in inches.
Agreed. Well, I always have to convert the centimetres into inches anyway, if it does come in centimetres.
Well, it's always so funny, isn't it? Because if you told me your chest measurement and waist measurement in centimetres, it wouldn't really mean anything to me.
Right.
It would mean more to me in inches. Yet when I'm pattern drafting, I do it in centimetres because it's more accurate.
Yeah.
It's just...
No, absolutely. We mix and match our
We do
our
mix and match, don't we? Yeah.
We do. Pints of beer.
Yeah. Right, now do you see this bit? We've got another bit of basting to do. And it's just above and below that knot. So I'm making sure now all the seam allowance, that bit we notched into with your nice new shears.
Oh, I like that.
We're just going to baste that so it stays in place. Now I've upped it to a basting stitch, which, you know, might be about a 4-5 millimetre stitch on your machine. It's a temporary stitch just to hold it in place. So no need to backstitch.
Out later?
To be honest, it depends. If it's showing on the right side, then yes. If it's within the seam allowance, yeah, if I was being really pernickety, then I would do. But more often than not, it might be enclosed with whatever finishing method you're using.
Yeah.
So then no.
Probably not, yeah.
You can
Joe's
save it.
messaged in. Thanks for your message, Joe. She says, good morning. Lovely to see you today, Adam.
Oh,
Always
morning.
appreciate your tips and guidance. It's wonderful, isn't it?
Oh,
And
morning.
thank you, Stuart, for asking the questions I would ask. Thank you. If you ever have any other questions that I haven't asked, you know, just get them in. We'll ask them.
You are very good at that, Stuart, I have to say.
Thank you. I'm wondering now if Joe wanted to ask what you wear in bed. That's the question.
It's the real question. Now, this is a little bit different as well. Do you see how I'm deflecting from that?
Absolutely. That's the best way.
We're going to sew the crotch seams first. Now, anybody that's sewn trousers before will go, well, usually what I do is sew the legs first, then put one inside the other and sew the crotch seam in one.
Yeah.
This is the method that this takes, because of that pocket bag really as well, is to sew the crotch seam first. Mm-hmm. So I'm showing it you by the pattern because that's what you'll have at home.
Yes.
5/8 of an inch, and then you can finish that off however you like, zigzag, pinking shears, overcasting stitch. We always forget the overcasting stitch, or I do. Most modern machines now will have an overcasting stitch, which is...
And a foot that goes with.
And a foot that goes with. And it, for anybody that wants to know, it kind of looks a little bit like a overlock. It doesn't obviously cut anything off like an overlocker would. It's kind of like a hybrid between a zigzag and an overlock, I suppose.
Yeah.
So I'm just going round. Just take your time round the corners as well.
They do a decent job though, don't they? The overlock stitch. If you haven't got an overlocker. However, if you want to round out your machine package at home, your dressmaking package, I do have a fabulous air threading overlocker in the 12 o'clock hour, which might just be the thing that sort of changes your dressmaking from homemade to handmade. It's a beautiful finish, isn't it, with an overlocker?
Do you know what? It is definitely up in your game if you're doing that. 100%. If you're getting more and more into dressmaking, it's well worth the investment.
Yeah.
Because as well, as much as we say like pinking shears and things, and I love pinking shears, I tend to trim and grade down a lot of my seam allowances with pinking shears sometimes. And it is a vintage way of finishing things off, but it's not going to last you forever and ever. And if you're investing in pyjamas going through the wash that, you know, are costing you a bit, then you want that finish.
Yeah.
And it just makes things quicker and easier, especially with jersey and stretch fabrics.
Which so many people want to dressmake with now. It's like the most popular fabrics for dressmaking.
It used to be that, oh no, don't sew jersey. Oh no, jersey's horrible to sew. I remember, you know, when I was getting into sewing, but with an overlocker, it's easy and it's quick.
Yeah, really quick.
Because, you know, with a 4-thread overlock, you're finishing the seam and everything else all in one.
You construct and finish in one, don't you? Yeah.
Right, I'm just going to explain how we do this bit and get a little bit of it done so that we can then get the waistband. You'd sew the inside seam all in one pass and finish it off, and you've got the side seams here. So I'm just going to do a bit of the side seam so we can move on to the waistband, I think.
Lovely.
So we get a little bit of variety. You've got my notches as well, which should line up with the pocket opening. And I'll go a little bit further down as well. So underneath we go. So we're sewing at 5/8 of an inch. But this is where you've got to be really careful not to catch the pocket bag opening. Does that make sense?
Well, otherwise you won't be able to get anything in your pockets.
Yeah, exactly, because you'll just close it in and it'd be pointless doing it.
I mean, it really, you know, how frustrating.
Here's a tip.
Down for a Murray mint, just couldn't get in.
This is it. Now, I can actually feel it. So if you feel confident, you can just go ahead and sew it. But because there's a little bit of a ridge, I've just drawn on where it is, which is a little tip for you. So I want to be the other side of that line. So even though I'm sewing at 5/8 of an inch, let's just go underneath the machine there, down, back stitch at the beginning. As we come to this bit, I'm just wanting to make sure that I'm just the other side of that line that I've just drew on, or if you're feeling for it. And it doesn't matter if you go just under 5/8 of an inch there, honestly. Just to avoid that pocket.
Right.
And I'll just sew a bit further down there and I'll back stitch. Obviously, you'll continue down the trouser leg.
Yeah. Oh, Jenny Jackson's got in touch.
Oh, here she is.
She says, hi, lads. Oh, say. Adam, you always make me want to start dressmaking. I know what Adam sleeps in. What's it? Is it Chanel No. 5 and a smile, or is it still his nan's night? That's what I want to know. Adam, it's adorable.
You know why, don't you? We ended up in a hotel room together, me and Jenny, after one of the shows.
Close the curtains, lock the door, go on.
I'm just doing exactly the same.
Did you just stay up all night talking and giggling?
Yeah, just talking random stuff as we do. Do you know what I mean? We have all of these ideas, but not the time to execute them. Oh, I'll tell you what I do want to do today, if it's all right. I want to say a massive hello to my friend Sandra.
Oh, morning, Sandra.
You're all right home, Sandra. She's watching and she's had a bit of a rough time of it lately, bless her. But she's an avid Sewing Street fan and she's been sewing Jenny Jackson's fabulous cushion cover.
Oh, amazing.
You know, with
Mwah.
So love to you.
Lots of love to you. Lots of love to you.
Here. Right. I hope she is watching now. I'll message her later. Right, okay. So again, just doing the same here. I'm tearing through this a little bit just to get that waist in so we can show a little bit of the waistband as well.
Like you said, you know, pyjamas, we do put them through it. Well, I mean...
Well, you do. You don't wash yours until they've gone a week.
Exactly. If you're an animal like me,
I didn't say that.
And wear your pyjamas for a whole week. I'll be honest with you, they don't always stay on all night. I do get a bit warm. So, but you do put pyjamas through it, and you're also moving around a lot. You know. Anyway, Maurice's been trying to get my son to change his PJs every other day. He just heard your remark and laughed his little head off. Thanks, guys. You're welcome. You're welcome. I don't know. I think we wash our clothes too often.
Do you know what? Back in the day, and having worked in a costume department, that's what I do. Like, we tend to freshen things up in between shows with spritz of something. Tend to use vodka and stuff because not to drink, but you know.
What did I say, Adam? I said nothing.
No, I know. But when I think back to my nan's day, like, you know, you get a good few days wear out of something, you know. But anything that was close fitting, that would be in the wash.
Yeah.
Look at these.
I spot clean.
Yeah.
Spot clean. I freshen up with an iron. I put things on a hanger on the line to freshen up. But yeah, I'm trying to wash clothes less now.
Yeah. Well, that's it, isn't it? I'm going to be adventurous and go for a buttonhole.
Oh, hello.
So I've done these. You've got your pocket bags there, look. Look how lovely they are. And
beautiful.
This cotton is beautiful to work with, especially if you're a beginner, because you've understitched the pocket bag staying nicely in there and you've missed closing it because you've marked your lines on. There's a good little tip there.
Oh, I've got one bundle left of that beautiful sort of duck egg blue. 11 of them in baskets. I've got one left. Oh, a quick message for you, Adam. I'm watching, and thank you, Adam, you lovely man. That's Sandra.
Oh, love to you, Sandra. And love to everybody watching us on Valentine's Day today.
Yeah.
Day of love.
Stop it! Every day is a day of love. You know, there isn't enough love in this world. We need to share the love of whatever it is. It can be your love of sewing, your love of your cats, or whatever. Whoever you love.
That's it, exactly. Right, so I'm just putting
I'm a romantic, Adam.
Yeah.
Unashamed.
I used to be.
Oh, well, you know, I'm going to come and give you a hug.
No, I'm all right, honestly. No, I think I've just got more cynical in my old age.
Have you?
Some might call it pessimistic. No.
Oh, don't be like that.
Right, so what we've got here is I've marked my buttonholes on. Right.
Gotcha.
I've used one of those heat erasable pens, but if you're using one of them, make sure that it does erase with heat first. Do a little spot test on some fabric. And what you want to do is interface your little bit behind your buttonholes there. I got my head in my way, haven't I?
I'm keeping you pulled
It's keeping me back.
I'm like,
I hate it because I can see my grey hairs. Oh, I've got a good parting though.
he has got a lovely parting. Check this out. Look. I mean, that is, I mean, like razor sharp. Good, now get your head
Remember
out.
when my granddad used to use Brill cream? Right, so you want to interface behind there. I haven't because I'm a very naughty boy and I'm tele-sewing. But yes, a little bit of interfacing because it's going to be a buttonhole. You don't have to do this bit, but it's to add a drawstring in it.
Ah, got you. So it's not for a button and buttonhole.
No.
It's a drawstring opening.
Yeah.
I think this is a good skill to practice.
It is, and it's, again, something that I don't really get that much chance to show.
For sure.
Now, I've got an amazing machine, not to brag, but it's got an amazing buttonhole attachment that does it automatically. It's automatic buttonhole. And honestly, I'm that confident in it, I can just go and leave it, look. I'm going to do my nice buttonhole there. It's doing its thing. Obviously, you've stabilised it behind. If you've got like a 1 or 2 step buttonhole attachment, then whatever works with your machine really, just mark it on and be as accurate as you can be.
Yeah.
But it's one of the reasons I invested in this machine is because it does lovely buttonholes. You could use a matching thread, you could use a contrasting thread if you wanted to stand them out, but at the end of the day, it's just an opening for your drawstring.
Sure, absolutely. Well, if you've never done a buttonhole before, this is a good place to do it.
Yeah, and as I always say, do you know, religiously, before I start any project, it's right, the offcuts of the fabric, I take them and I run it under my machine to get a feel for the fabric, try the stitch length, and I usually sew a seam and understitch that seam and just see how it handles. Every project, every time. And do you know what? Before I do a buttonhole, I check on this fabric with the interfacing on it exactly how it's going to handle that buttonhole, check it's the right size.
I come and check it out. Oh, it's
Come
lovely.
and check out my buttonhole.
That is lovely. Gorgeous.
Great, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely actually as a means to put the drawstring through. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah. Absolutely beautiful.
Now what you could do is get a bit of fray check to put on there as well. Just be careful when you open the buttonhole. The old method is to, I say old method, a method, is to put a pin either side of it or it's at the bottom just to stop you from going right the way through, if that makes sense. Oh, it's so easy. What I tend to do, I did this last night actually, is just, you can go halfway and then you can come in from the other side as well, and that way you won't do it. But there you go.
Two-pronged approach.
Yeah, two-pronged approach. We're full of ideas. Do you know what I mean though? If I went halfway like that,
I get it.
and then I come in at the other way, I'm putting my unpicker straight through right at the bottom, and then I can just go like that, and it's met where it is. I'm not going to go through the other end. Sure. Just don't put too much force on it. All right, so that's that bit done for you.
Save a little something, hold back.
That's it, save a little something. Now, what it'll have you do is join the front and back waistbands now, but also, where I've done those buttons, that'll be the front. I'm going to just press it in half already to mark that, and then I can show us the paper bag bit as well. So I'm just pressing it in half, pressing it in half.
That would also be nice on the top of a drawstring bag, wouldn't it?
Oh, it'd be lovely.
With a cord through it.
Yeah.
Something like a swim bag or a sports bag.
Yeah, exactly.
Something
it
to
would
put your
be.
pumps in.
Yeah. So that's the front where the buttonholes are. On the inside, I'm just going to turn it up by ½ inch. Now I'm just going to eyeball this quickly, but don't you measure it at home. It's only because...
Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah, well, do you know what? It's because... Oh, let me measure it. I get to a stage where I'm a bit... Do you know what? That's exactly ½ inch. Come and have a look. Look, just because... Look.
That's incredible, Adam.
But do you know what? That's just because... Well, you could do the same. You know what ½ inch looks like now. When you've been sewing for that long, you just know. But, you know, I do it and check it, you know, if I wasn't rushed at the time.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But there you go. So in the instructions, it doesn't do it this way, but just marking these bits in just makes it a little bit easier before you've got it in a circle, if that makes sense.
It does. It does.
I just need the back waistband now, which is on the floor. Oh, there we go. And I'm just going to do exactly the same to this one. I'm going to fold it in half. So the folded edge along this bit is the top of the waistband, and the rest is going to...
So is this the back half of the waistband?
This is the back half of the waistband. And to be honest, because it's gathered with elastic, it's basically two rectangles.
Yeah.
I think one's slightly longer than the other. But there you go. And then again for the inside, because if you've ever done a cuff, and it's the same for the cuff on the top actually, it's basically this edge that I'm pressing up now, 1/2 inch, is going to be on the inside and cover the seam. So it'll enclose the seam. To be honest, there's very little overlocking done in this. It's finishing the side seams and some of the seams in the top. But a lot's enclosed. It's well thought out. Right, so I've got that there. What I'm going to do now is at just 5/8 of an inch sew this together in a circle.
Okay.
Nice and easy, yeah?
Nice and easy.
I do need to change my foot back to a standard
I think
foot.
a project like Pajamas is a real skill builder. I know when, as I say, it was my first ever experience of dressmaking.
Yeah.
And there was a moment where I thought, have I bitten off more than I can chew? But that was because I thought, I read the instructions through and the bottom seemed straightforward and fine, the top seemed more complicated. But I did exactly what you suggested, Adam. I started with the pajama bottom.
Yes.
And I sort of cut my teeth on those. So I was doing things like making a casing, doing a buttonhole, you know, sewing the basic seams, turning up a hem. So you do all your basics there. And then when you come to do the jacket, well, you've already done all of those skills. So yes, there are a few more skill builders, like the collar, like making that pleat in the back, but you've already learned some of the skills and practiced those.
This is it, exactly that. And you know, like you said, it's something that you wear into bed, so not everybody's going to see you in it.
You don't.
You don't not. So it doesn't matter if there's some imperfections on your first go. Right. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
It kind of averages. It's a bit of an intermediate is what they would suggest with the difficulty level. And I'd probably agree with them a little bit. But if you're a confident beginner, buy it, go with the trousers first. It's not something that you're going to be able to make all in one fell swoop. No, you're going to need to leave yourself some time to do it as well.
This is a lovely detail. You mentioned about the pleat on the back.
Yeah.
And it is, I mean, it's so lovely. It's tailored. And then, look, it's got this wonderful fullness through the back. I think that is just a lovely detail on it.
Do you know what I mean, though? It's not just an inverted box pleat that's gone...
No way.
Yeah, a little bit. It's actually quite full.
It's full on.
I know there's some notches that match up at the start, and I matched up the notches first, and that looked like a normal size pleat. And as I basted it and put it to the yoke, I went, well, that's so much bigger than what it needs to be. There's actually another notch on the outside, so just make sure you pay attention to your notches. And then it was this lovely, deep pleat there.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Now, do you see, because I've pressed those bits up, all that hard work's done for me there now. So when it comes to hemming it, and because this is a nice, crisp, like... cotton woven fabric, it's nice and stable, so if you are, you know, starting out, perfect fabric to do it in. And that's great. All I'm going to do now is where I'd folded it in half is just run a stitch. It's about 1 centimetre, so about 3/8 of an inch from the top, and this is what gives you paper bag.
Right, so just explain, what is a paper bag waist?
So a paper bag waist is basically a waistline that's elasticated, that has a channel for the elastic and then some excess fabric at the top. And usually on a paper bag waist garment, that excess fabric is quite dramatic to give the look of a paper bag. If you think of a paper bag scrunched at the top, now it's quite hard to see it on this, but there is a little one there.
Yeah.
Well, it's 3/8 of an inch.
Cute.
It is. It's just a nice little detail. So you see, because I'd pressed it in half already, it's already sorted, so I can just run it through the machine. Do some speed sewing now. Who is it who's saying in their workshops that they issue speeding tickets if they're going too fast?
Oh, gosh, really?
On the sewing machine. I think it was Jules Fallon, maybe. It did make me laugh. I thought that's brilliant.
Yes, it's quite strict.
Yeah, but the thing is, we do tend to go... I mean, I'm going fast because I'm trying to show you as much as I can do. But you want to take your time. And that's the key to dressmaking. I think you asked me one of my #1 tips. it'd be take your time.
Yeah.
Preparation is key.
So many people are inspired by watching the Sewing Bee to start dressmaking, but what I always say to those people is everyone there had to do it in 4 hours. It's completely unrealistic.
It is. It's
Nobody
absolutely...
makes clothes like that.
Not that fast, no. I mean, I do, but... No, I do take my time, though, and it's nice to take your time as well. I can't even see where my buttonholes are now, but they're on there somewhere. Oh, there they are. Okay, perfect. So that's that bit. What I am going to show you is a method to join some elastic.
Oh, yes, please.
There's 2 different methods, just before I go, because I think this is important. To explain what happens is now that sews to the waistband of the trouser. So the unfolded edge goes right side to right side on the outside, and then obviously the inside bit then will cover that seam.
Yep.
And you just stitch in the ditch from the outside.
Yep.
Or if you're not that confident, sew it on the inside in a matching thread. You're wearing it to bed, nobody's going to know. That's your waistband. Right, elastic, just to show you quickly, there's 2 methods that you can use. The first one is to butt it end to end and use a zigzag stitch. That method is if you want to reduce bulk. Isn't necessarily the strongest. No. What I would do and what I did on these is the second method, and that's to overlap the elastic and sew a rectangle with a cross in the middle. You've probably done it on handles of bags and things like that.
Yes.
And it's to reinforce. I remember.
Do you need to place that join in a particular place? Because I'm thinking that will reduce the stretchiness at that point, won't it?
Yeah, so this bit will go at the centre back. You'll leave an opening of about 10 centimetres, 4 inches at the back of the trouser. And then you'll take the elastic, and the best way to do it is measure the elastic round your waist. How snug do you want it? Cut your elastic to there, and then you're going to thread it through the channel. We're not trying to sew it in and case it in. You thread it in, get your ends, overlap it. Obviously, when you've measured it around your waist, account for that overlap.
So you don't join your elastic like this. You thread it through unjoined.
Yes.
And then you join it.
Yeah, I'm just doing this now because I wanted to show you the method to join it. Absolutely.
No, I think when I'm thinking about ease in a pyjama bottom, I want enough room for a full English breakfast.
Yes, you do. Yeah. Oh, I love a full English, me. The other thing is, which is why it's nice to have the drawstring, is the drawstring just stabilises it then.
Oh, yes.
Yeah?
Oh, I see, yes. So you have the drawstring and the elastic.
Yes. Yeah. So you've got the elastic in there. I've done this really quickly, but you can see, and that's not going anywhere.
No way.
And you're not going to see that anyway, that stitching, so that's going to be inside, and then you just close it up on the back of the waistband.
Amazing. Thank you. You're a tour de force.
Oh, I try.
Loads of lovely skills there. Thanks, Adam.
No, thank you.
And thanks for asking that all-important question, or answering it, rather.
What you wear in bed?
There you go.
Pajamas, the Fran.
Of course, the Fran. Right, the Fran pattern from Closet Core Patterns. It's $19.99. It's our pattern of the hour. It comes in sizes 0 to 20, which in the US XX small to 4XL. Okay, they're your size ranges. Gorgeous pattern. All the fabrics have sold out. Well done if you managed to get your bundle. Adam's coming back later in an hour's time, actually, with a gorgeous top in washed linen. And actually, it's right here. This top. And also we've got some lovely fabric bundles in that hour, so gorgeous things. But after the break, I'm joined by Yvonne McAtamney for a brand new launch, Impressions of Japan. It is a Block of the Month programme. It is delectable. I can't wait. I've been super excited about this. That's after the break. I will see you in about 3 minutes.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye!
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1p&p throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. It was a very jolly start, wasn't it, Yvonne?
Yeah.
Welcome to the show. Oh,
Good morning.
Wonderful to see you.
Yeah, it's been a little while. I haven't been on.
Is this your first show this year?
Yeah.
You've had so many big changes.
Oh, it's in the thick of it.
New shop.
Yeah.
A whole new you and a whole new Block of the Month programme for Sewing Street.
Yeah.
Yvonne, you showed this to me before Christmas and I was just blown away. It's amazing.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
It's just gorgeous.
We're always,
so many different techniques.
Yeah, we're always our own worst enemy, you know. I know what could be a little bit better or what I would change, but I'm very happy with the overall design.
It's amazing.
I think it's well balanced. The borders, the borders were interesting because I decided on one thing and it just didn't look right, so I had to go back in and recreate. So
I love that diagonal. I love the black on one side, the white on the other.
You've sort of got your yin yang.
That's exactly what I was
thinking. Your dark,
thinking.
your light. or a perspective through a window.
It's got an amazing balance. It's got an amazing balance. And isn't it cool? So this program runs over 10 months. Now, you don't have to sign up for 10 months. You can just buy 1 month and turn it into a small wall hanger if you wanted to. But the idea is each month you'll get the new pattern, and that consists of some applique, there's some embroidery, some sashko, some folded patchwork.
Yeah, every month has a little bit of folded patchwork in it, and there's quite a bit of handwork each month in some form or other. But it's, for some of them it's just adding embellishment. For others it is month 2, for example, has that large sashiko section in it.
Yeah. Absolutely gorgeous. It's all of those kind of iconic images, isn't it? When we think of Japan, you know, the sashiko, the beautiful, elegant blossoms, cherry blossoms.
It's the right time of year for blossom, isn't it?
lovely.
Just coming into the spring.
Absolutely gorgeous. There's the tea kettles there, the kimono. Now, here's how to get involved. We're starting today. It's month number 1, which is geisha and dragonflies. So it's the block that's in the top left of the quilt. This is beautiful. So in your pack, you get all of your fabrics that you're going to need. You also get your full instructions, full-size applique pattern sheets. You're going to create the applique geisha. You've also got the waves, you've got the dragonflies, and that beautiful folded patchwork that runs down through the middle and across the block. That's all folded patchwork. It's so elegant, so elegant. We're diving in. We're diving in.
Well,
let's see what's inside the pack.
Well, I thought it would be good to just, we always give you a little blurb leaflet's what I call it anyway. So you have a full picture, you can see the whole image, and then we give you some little hints and tips inside. There are 27 different panels.
Ooh.
27 different designs on the entire piece, and the varying techniques, as you have mentioned. As always, I like to use cotton fabric, cotton threads. So there's a few hints and tips in there about using like with like. Applique pins are useful. You need to have some marking tools, some embroidery needles, you know, so there's a number of little add-ons that I've kind of listed on here. So that you keep, because that's what your final design should look like.
Got you. So you get that in month 1.
That's in month 1. You've got your overall dimensions.
Okay, good.
And then you have a colour picture of what you're actually producing for the month. This is a little bit smaller than your actual size, but the proportions are correct. And it's giving you some of the little details that I have included, and that's something I'd like to show today. With the geisha has an embroidered necklace, for example, as well as the hair decoration. Now, that's not something that's really easy to try and describe on a piece of paper. So you have your colour picture, and if I just flip this over, you can see that you have all these beautiful fabrics.
They are absolutely gorgeous.
You have a combination of Robert Kaufman. In fact, there's some Macawa in there. Yeah, I don't use nasty cotton. So
No,
let's leave it at that.
Quality.
Yeah,
and also
absolutely.
as well, I see in this is lots of gold overprinting in the fabrics.
Yeah.
Gives that really luxurious feel to the block, doesn't it?
Luscious.
Luscious, that's a good
the word,
word.
isn't
And
it?
of course, as well, you know, on things like real kimono, there are all those lovely metallic details, aren't there?
Metallic threads everywhere. And of course, as you stitch it, you have the opportunity to use a metallic thread for your edging.
Oh, yes, please.
Which is something that I have done. If I give you that bit,
Yeah, of course, thank you.
and put this front and centre for a moment, then this is part of the dragonfly panel. What I want to do is to not show you how to do all the basic bits today, but to actually show you the embellishment and how to lay it out, etc. But this dragonfly has an antique gold body, but I've gone round it with a little blanket stitch with a gold thread.
Oh, nice.
Now, it's not a metallic thread because they can be such a bother to work with, and that's being very, very polite about it. So what I've used is a rayon thread, a gold rayon thread.
So the kind of thing that we might use for machine embroidery.
Exactly.
Much more well-behaved.
One of these.
Gotcha.
One of these.
So it still has all the lustre, but it's not a traditional metallic thread.
Exactly, but it does what you want it to do. It puts that that shine in there while being well-behaved.
Yvonne, so the blanket stitch, do you do that by hand or machine, or could you do either?
You could do either. I do it on a sewing machine because my sewing machine will do that nice little blanket stitch, as will the Selna machine, and this is one of the more basic ones. So it is it's very easy to do. If your machine doesn't do a blanket stitch, then a satin stitch.
Yep.
Or just a running stitch around the edge.
Perfect. Little message for you from Anne from County Down. She says, morning Yvonne and Stuart. Kit bought and sitting with a coffee, ready to enjoy the demo.
Thank you, Anne, thank you. So you can sit very happily, having bonded this on with and do a hand blanket stitch, or try a fancy stitch on your sewing machine.
Oh, that would be fun. Well, you can mix and match, can't you?
Exactly.
You can take and mix and match. That's one of the joys of doing a block of the month. Now, before we see Yvonne's demo, I just wanted to mention something sort of completely different, but also in the same vein, a block of the month. Now, you did a fabulous block of the month called Blueberries and Cream and Blackberries and Cream last year.
Year before.
What? No way.
Well, remember we did Pemberley Garden last year with the spring one.
Oh my goodness.
So this was the year.
I still think it's 2004, Yvonne. Now, we have got full kits to make the quilt. It's an absolute work of art. It's incredible, so beautiful. There's 7 full months worth, if you like. It was done as a block of the month, 7 full months. In each one, you get all of your fabric. There's piecing, there's a pleating. You're also getting thread, embroidery thread as well, the background fabric. You're getting everything in the pack, plus full instructions. Now, some months it's all about piecing. Some months there's there's always a bit of a plique.
Always.
Always a bit of a plique.
Each month you make 8 different blocks.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So if we look on this one, because in month 1 you have that blurb leaflet, so you have the total design. But each month you make 2 different star blocks. You make 2 applique blocks that are exactly the same. And you make 4 puss in the corners.
Gotcha.
So you make 8 for 6 months, which gives you 48 blocks. It's a 7x7 grid, so in month 6, you have to make an additional puss in the corner block.
Got you. And this puss in the corner block, this is like your setting block, isn't it, that creates the chain?
Yes, exactly. And you do it in, you make 4 each month, 2 in each colourway. So you have a dark with a light corner, and then you have a light big square with a dark corner each month using, we turn this round, using, so here's your light and your dark, yeah.
Got you, beautiful. Now, we've got very, very limited stocks of the full kit. I've got 4 left, that's all. It's $238.93, and that's everything. This is a big quilt. This is absolutely stunning.
It's 68 inches square.
Gorgeous.
So it'll sit on the top of a double bed. Yeah.
Absolutely fab.
I love it.
Absolutely fab. And you've got your border as well. So you make a pieced border as well. It really is a beautiful, beautiful quilt. There's month 7. Month 6. And of course you could, if you wanted to, you could actually make it in the way it was designed. Challenge yourself.
Yeah.
Do the blocks each month. Excuse me. Or spread it out over a whole year, year and a half. Take your time, enjoy the process. There's no rush, and also there's no rush to pay. You can take 3 split pays. So today, you don't need to spend $238.93, 0% interest, no forms to fill in or credit checks. Just pay $79.64 today and get your full kit home in 3 to 5 working days. Now, that's the blueberries and cream version, but there's also blackberries and cream. Oh, stewed blackberries, lots of sugar, cream, yummy.
Pancakes.
Oh, I didn't get pancakes yesterday because I'm in a hotel.
Oh.
Is it okay to have pancakes tonight?
I think so, yeah. You can have a whole week of pancakes, can't you?
Now you're talking, Yvonne.
Yeah.
It's my kind of woman. A week of pancakes, good.
That's what my granddaughter's aiming for.
Oh, I don't blame her. I don't blame her, do it. Now, this is blackberries and cream. This is absolutely stunning. This is a bit of me. This is gorgeous kind of blackberry pinks and purples, beautiful berry colours.
Yeah.
Exactly the same designs, exactly the same principle. You've got month 1 and 2. You're making lots of blocks each month. Some applique, some pieced. The applique, Yvonne, what method do you use?
The bulk of it has been bonded and machined around.
Awesome.
But as you can see, there are some circles in there and there are some twisted stems. So we do show you how to do a bias strip, for example.
Yeah.
There's a couple of that have full circles. The one with the little birds on.
It's really cute.
So you are building your skills as you go. There's one, for example,
That's absolutely
that
gorgeous.
has curly bits. Yeah,
Now that's got a little bit of a
bits.
Japanese look to it too. You do love your Japanese style.
I do. It's my happy place.
Yeah.
Though this is a very traditional quilt with the star blocks and a bit of tweaking here and there too.
It's absolutely lovely. And it's the kind of thing that you learn a lot while you're making it. Yes. And you develop your skills. And also you build up this incredible quilt, which I think is so much more than the sum of its parts as well.
There's a reasonable amount of repetition, which is always a very good thing to embed the learning, because you make 2 identical applique blocks each month. You're making 4 puss in the corners, so you're sewing 2.5-inch squares together, and you become more accurate the more you stitch. And then the star blocks are different, so that's just a bit of interest added in there, so that you're not doing the same thing time after time, because that I find very difficult. I find repetition very difficult. I need to have something that I achieve, I finish, I move on.
I agree with you. Yvonne, I always look at quilts that are like the same block in the same fabric repeated 49 times. And I just think you've done everything you're going to do when you make one block. So why make the other 48? Whereas with your block of the month programmes, everything you're working on is a little bit different to the last time, even if it's just the fabrics that are different.
Absolutely. Or you might have to make 2 things that are the same. But that's it.
Well, that's a good thing, though. Like you said, you're consolidating what you've just learned.
Exactly.
Absolutely beautiful. But very popular. There's only 3 of the blackberries and cream left, and there's 6 in baskets. So if you want one of those, you will need to be quick. I've got 4 of the blue left, 3 in the blackberry colourway. Absolutely delish. And there's loads more in baskets than we have. I've only got 3 of the blueberries and cream left now. So again, if you want that, you'll need to be really quick. Now let's talk about impressions of Japan. Dragonflies. So where were we?
I don't remember. Well, it's far too long ago for a...
I remember, Yvonne. So we've appliqued dragonflies. We've used maybe a gorgeous gold rayon thread to do the blanket stitch. Embellishments, embroidery.
Yes. So I think if I'm going to just take a step back and say, what you have by way of instruction in the pack. You are making you're making 3 panels that are stitched together to create one block.
Got you.
So you have cutting instructions, which give you the size to cut to start with, what you're going to trim it to, and what size it should be whenever you have attached it to its friends. Because these pieces you are handling quite a lot, and it's always nice to have the leeway to square things
Wiggle
up.
room, yeah.
A bit of wriggle, yeah. So have a read through. As always, do as I'm telling you to do on here. I have then adding details. So I've given you a list of the things that I have done, the same with the wave and the same with the dragonfly. I've also given some indication of the thread that I have used, or at least the colour reference to it. You don't have to.
No.
Do your own thing.
So with those embroidery flosses, you dive into your own stash.
Exactly.
See what you've got, and you can mix and match a little bit, can't you?
You can. You know, you probably want to have 3 shades of blue for the wave, but they don't have to be the ones that I've used. In fact, I've used different ones this morning to what I used on the quilt. So, and then we come to the sashing, and we have some diagrams showing you how to do the sashing. But you're going to start here. This is your full size applique templates. These have been reversed for doing bonded web or fusible web backing and applying onto your background fabric.
So when you trace these onto your bonded web, onto the paper side?
Onto the paper side, and these are already reversed for you.
Brilliant.
Okay.
You've thought of everything, as usual.
I try, or we try, I should say. Now, this then is, I have many pieces of different, I've threaded up about 6 different needles for all of this. So
you were ready.
I was ready.
Do you get this black and white version?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome, because I was just thinking, isn't it a brilliant thing that you can literally, so you don't have to mark your fabric, you can lay it over the top and you know where to place everything. What a brilliant thing to have.
Now, if you have a light box, even easier.
Fine.
But this is full size. This is page 6. It is just black and white, but that's giving you light and dark, which is really all you need.
Yeah.
For the purposes of this demonstration, I have pinned this in place so that now the other thing that you will find I have done throughout this quilt is that fabric has 2 sides. And sometimes the reverse side is what you actually want is your front side. So for the purposes
Controversial, Yvonne, but I like it.
Well, this is a lovely scroll background. I think you can see that. And I think that works really well for the geisha. I think it also works very well for the dragonflies. But perhaps it's a bit too much for the wave. So that's the right side of the scroll. But whenever I turn it over, I have a much fainter.
It's just a little bit more subtle, isn't it?
Exactly, that's the word, subtle. And it's not overpowering the curves that are there for the wave.
Yeah.
So I have used right side for dragonflies and geisha, wrong side for the wave.
I like that. You know, it means that we look at our fabric in a different way, and I'm all for that.
I think, yes, fabric has many layers to it. And I think you need to be just think outside the box. Doesn't matter if it's the wrong side.
I agree with you. We always say it, Yvonne, there's no quilt police.
Exactly.
No one's going to stand over you and say, you can't do it like that. Go your own way. I love that about your patterns. You encourage people to experiment a little bit.
I love it whenever people take our designs and put a bit of themselves into it.
Yeah.
We have done our job really well whenever people have gotten that involved.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And there are lovely ways that you can embellish. I do just need to give you all a little warning at home, though, because the Impressions of Japan block of the month 1, is now heavily oversubscribed. We do not have enough for everyone. And the thing is, Yvonne...
I know what I'm doing this afternoon then.
You and your team work so hard to create these kits that have everything you need, but that means that really, when they're gone, because you know, you can't reproduce if you haven't got the fabric.
You know, Ian and I took a punt at how many we thought we would want.
Yeah.
I have overbought a little bit, you know, because month
well,
one,
you know
just
how
never
popular your designs and your kits are, but it's fab because the thing is, even if you went out and bought fat eighths or fat quarters of all these fabrics, you would end up with mountains.
Yes, absolutely. And I've got to say that in the patchwork world, it is becoming very difficult to buy metallic fabrics that are not Christmas fabrics.
Yes.
There is a bit of a gap in the market there, I think.
I love these textures. This is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, isn't it?
It's a bit, oh gosh, more than 20 of you are going to miss out. I need you to check out your baskets. It is going to mean some disappointed people, but I'm talking to you now. I don't want it to be you that's disappointed. So if you check out your basket now, you'll get your month 1. And the thing is, you want to get involved from today, because next month, when month number 2 comes out, you don't want to be behind. You don't want to be on the back foot. You definitely don't want to be in the back foot. Get yours today, and then you can spend the month, or the next 2 months or 3 months, working on the panel. There's no rush.
Yeah. What I didn't tell you, and what I haven't said, is that this is exclusive to Sewing Street for 1 month.
Love that.
Yeah.
Love that.
So if you want to start now, this is the only place that you can buy. After that, Village Fabrics will do some.
And we haven't spent anything like enough time looking at some of the blocks, but I just want to draw your attention just to this from the centre, because they're all exquisite. But we're all like, look at the tree, look at the koi, the fan, everything about it is, well, I've said it before about your designs, Yvonne. You don't do big, you know, massive pieces of fabric. You work at quite a small scale. It's delicate, it's detailed.
I don't slap a border on.
Right,
no.
Exactly. It's delicate, it's detailed. And of course, as well, there's so much fun to be had in enjoying the details.
Yes, and adding your details.
It's so important.
So I am not going to get, I don't believe, you know, looking at the time frame that I'm working at the minute, I'm not going to get all the pieces of the geisha attached on here. So what I did earlier was to actually put her head on so that I could show you the necklace that I have embroidered on her, because that is a little detail that I felt was worthy of paying attention to. So I'm going to lift those off. Let me just say that the geisha needs to be level.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So it is worthwhile getting your ruler out and just laying the piece number 4, which is the underskirt of her kimono, and making sure that you have that piece level at the bottom. Doesn't matter if her head's a little bit of an angle, you know, gives her a bit of character. Yes,
exactly.
A bit of character, but if she's not standing level, that would be a little bit of a problem.
Absolutely.
Remember to center the design, because the piece that you're working on is a little bit bigger. Remember, because you're going to be working with this, you're going to be embroidering. There's quite a lot of embroidery in different sections, because we're embroidering the necklace. You've got to pop her face on. You're going to do a hair ornament, and to give.
I'm like that every day, Yvonne. I look in the mirror and think,
God, I
better
wouldn't
put
have
me,
time.
better pop my face on.
Well, so true, so true.
Well, I am when I'm
especially at
here.
5 o'clock in the morning. Oh
So-
God, yeah.
Can I ask something?
Yeah.
Now, this is something as a designer myself, I always struggle with the question and the answer.
Okay.
When we're talking about what level of sewer, quilter, patchworker is this for? And the reason why I have a real issue with it personally is because I think if you're committed and prepared to spend time and learn and practice, then nothing is beyond anybody.
I agree
But what do
with
you
you.
what do you think?
I think it's a difficult question, as you say, because you want your customer to achieve.
Yeah.
You don't want them to be frustrated
No.
by it, because that's off-putting for the whole process of patchwork and quilting.
And part of that's why you put such detailed instructions, because
Yeah.
no one needs to struggle with good instructions.
No, and there's always someone at the end of a telephone line,
Yeah.
and you are working on small pieces. I love what the Royal School of Needlework does, but my embroidery is not of that standard. It doesn't need to be able to create basic depth and interest. Now, I'm going to say that I think as long as you've done some machine applique before, then I think you can do this.
Yeah.
You do need to be able to do a little bit of embroidery, but the
even if you
embroidery
wanted to do
is
it by
basic.
hand, yeah, but you
Yeah.
could do the applique by hand, couldn't you? You can do a little blanket stitch by hand.
Yes, you need someone to have taught you how to use a fusible web, and
although
how
we've
to
got
build the
videos.
picture up.
Yeah, we've got videos on our YouTube channel.
Exactly.
If you've never done it before.
Because for the geisha, if I just pull this on, this is your applique template sheet. So this is the reverse, everything is reversed for you. And there is a number sequence. This is the order you need to put the pieces of fabric on the background. So once you've gotten your head round the reversal and putting them down in order, it is straightforward.
Yeah. But you see, for a beginner, what would be confusing would be if the applique templates weren't reversed, if they weren't numbered, if they weren't full size, and you had to... Do you know what I mean? You've done everything you possibly can to support the absolute beginner.
I hope so. I hope so.
Yeah.
Though you do need patience, because it's a little fiddly.
And you can learn that.
Difficult.
You can learn that.
And it's
you
about
can
slicing
practice
an
patience.
elephant, isn't it? Whenever you look at the whole elephant, it's absolutely enormous.
Overwhelming.
Absolutely. But if you just have a little slice, a little bit, no cruelty to animals was involved in any of this.
None intended.
But you can take baby steps and you can achieve anything.
It's the point of a block of the month, isn't it? To do something which, if you thought of it as a whole, might be off-putting. But the point of a block of the month is, let's do this one little step at a time.
We've always aimed to give people about 3 days' work in the month.
I think that's achievable.
Yeah.
For most of us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, once you've got your cutting out done,
Yeah.
do put things into little bags. And, you know, because some of the fabric is used in more than one place, but just step by step. My words are, it's always better to do one panel at a time. Don't try and multitask.
Oh, my goodness, Yvonne. We should have like a red alarm, like light that goes off. We're down to single figures.
Oh.
Well, you can have a busy afternoon.
It looks
You're in
like
the team.
it. Oh.
Well done if you've managed to get block one, month one of Impressions of Japan. It's the brand new Block of the Month programme from Village Fabrics, from the inimitable Yvonne McAtamney.
I'm not even sure I can say that word.
Well, I really had to slow myself down. Trust me. But, I mean, beautiful. It's about those exquisite details. As Yvonne said, not difficult, something that you can enjoy over a period of time. This is relaxing. A bit of slow stitching.
It is.
It's nice.
It is.
Yeah.
I think so. So if I'm on the geisha, I'm just going to show you the necklace that I've done. Then we'll move on to the wave because there's quite a little bit of embroidery on that, and I just want to, and then if we've tied, well, then I'm going to do the sashing strips, because
great.
that I think it will, well, it's easier to see than to look at the diagram.
Fair enough.
Yeah? So you can do this in gold around her neck. That's what I've done on the original sample. Of course, I didn't bring the gold thread with me today, so she is having a dark green necklace.
Oh, lovely.
Or it could...
Jade.
Exactly, you see. So whatever, it just needed to be something that you could see. I've done a very tiny chain stitch around here. I'm using one strand of thread. And this is simply going to be a single chain stitch that I'm going to go through her flesh neck here and through the background. I have used a friction pen. I always like to just mark on where I'm going to go. It's always that little bit easier. Whenever you're doing a chain stitch, you're always coming through the loop on the thread. So you're, and I'm coming down through there. And this, not pulling it tight, and down to just finish that stitch off. What I thought I would do here was, I thought this one might be a little different in that she's going to have like more of a teardrop. So if I do another of those, I'm just holding that out of the way. I find this relaxing.
Oh, very much.
Which, of course, is something that I'm not getting very much of at the minute, because I do just need to tell people that my shop in Wallingford is closing on the 24th of February.
Okay.
But we are moving.
Yes, you're not closing.
We're not. Well, we're moving. There is still plenty of fabric, and there is a sale on in Wallingford.
Okay.
I'm hoping that we are going to open our new premises, which is not very far from here.
It isn't. I shall be a visitor.
Well, I do hope so. So I've done two little chains down there to
like
give
that,
that a little longer, and then I'm going to do one more here. So the little drawing that I did with a friction pen is bearing no resemblance to what I'm actually stitching, but it is giving me a kind of perspective, really, more than anything else. So hoping to open at this end just after Easter.
Wonderful.
And that's one part of my life.
Exactly.
Okay.
Brilliant.
I think that's that done, don't you?
Yeah, gorgeous.
And of course, if you have beads or if you're a beader, just
do some amazing things, couldn't you?
Couldn't you just? Right. So that is that done.
Lovely.
I'm going to do that so I get rid of, and that is a little necklace for her.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous.
The wave has quite...
I'll just give you a quick stock update.
Yep,
I've only got 3 kits left now. That's it, of Impressions of Japan.
Ian's going to be on the phone, isn't he, whenever he comes back?
The Blueberries and Cream, Blackberries and Cream full kit. Blueberries and Cream, do I have any left, Ben? I've got 3 of these left. There's 3 of each. I've got 3 of the Blueberries and Cream, 3 of the Blackberries and Cream. So it's £238.93. That's for the full quilt kit. That's all your fabrics, your border, your background, absolutely gorgeous. And you do a mixture of applique and piecing. You've got that wonderful pieced border as well. It builds up. You can work over it 7 months, 14 months, or you could do it in, you know, a couple of months. You do it at your pace. You do it at your pace. And also as well, take advantage of split pay. So you don't need to spend £238.93 today. Use the split pay, $79.64 gets it home. Great, thanks Yvonne.
Okay, so if I refer you back to the black and white photo of the block, you will see that there is actually not a lot of applique on here. The movement in the panel is created by the embroidery. And the embroidery, I have used a gold thread. This represents a net because remember Japan is 1,000 islands and there is a lot of fishing and goes on around there. Then of course this is a nod to that wonderful painting, The Great Wave.
Oh yes.
Yeah. So we have this wonderful spray coming up and I have used 3 different shades of green jade blue across here. And I'm trying to represent these sort of bubbles coming up in the air. So that's what these little splashes of colour are here. There's more on the panel at the back there, but I'm just trying to show you.
It's fab.
What is happening. Now, these are very small circles. Let's not make life too difficult.
I'm not machine sewing around those.
I have done some, but I wasn't, I did 1 or 2. I did 1 and thought, no, life's too short. So what I thought was a better plan, let's just put an X in the middle of it with the embroidery thread.
So, and I suppose if you wanted to, you could do it, that could be where you did the hand blanket stitch around a little circle.
Exactly. Now, life is, you know, if this is, if you don't have a deadline, then take your time and make this a pleasure to sit down and sew. So I've simply made an X in the middle of that circle, and it does need a little bit more of a, yes. Now here is the thing you have to think about. If you've drawn this on with your Frixian pen, don't put your iron over the top of it to bond on your pieces. You've got to bond on the pieces and stitch those in place first, then add the outline of the embroidery work.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, there will be tears at bedtime because it'll all have disappeared. Again, I'm using 1 strand of thread, and all we're doing here is a back stitch. Okay.
Oh, that's your embroidery, just a back stitch?
Just a back stitch.
Lovely.
Yeah, on this occasion. So you've done one cross stitch, and you're doing a bit of some back stitch, and that is it. It doesn't need to be complicated.
Now, Yvonne, you and I were talking early this morning about the quilt. As soon as I looked at it, I said, oh, could that be quilt as you go? And you said?
Well, I'm not going to say what I said at that point, but it's not that big. No. Yes, you can do it quilt as you go.
Yep.
And certainly the quilting method that I would use on this is to stabilise each of the blocks. And I've stitched down either side of the sashing strips.
So when you talk about stabilising, you've got it all laid up.
Stitch in the ditch.
Stitching around.
I'm stitching in the ditch so that I'm not, you don't see the quilting on here. You don't want to see the quilting. You want to just enhance the pictures that are there.
I get that. I get that. So actually, there isn't really any quilting within the block.
That is visible.
Ah, so you do quilt around the outside, and you have added some quilting around things like the fan.
Yeah, and the fish and the...
Oh, around the tree as well?
I don't think so.
There's a little bit here.
There's a little bit, yeah.
Oh, okay, so quite minimal.
Well,
it's enough.
It's enough.
It's enough.
And I think the sample needs a little more quilting. But I will do that month on month as I go through here. Yeah. This was a tight time scale with everything else that was going on in my life. Yeah, but it was getting to be a little bit of a trial. So anyway, let's look at the sashing strips.
So this is folded patchwork.
This is. Now, if you are going to machine quilt, you do have to think about your folded work because you can catch the foot.
Oh, right, okay.
On the folded work. But as a little, let me show you how to do it, then say what I've done to make it a little easier if you're machine quilting. So all that you are doing is cutting 1.5 inches square, one of those, yeah, 1.5 inches square,
So that's
and
your
your background. Right side is the side that I have used. And you're doing the same with both the purple, the solid purple, and the purple with the gold on. And you're going to fold that coloured.
Just to bring it slightly over for that's brilliant, thank you.
Yeah. So all I'm doing is folding the second pattern square into diagonally. Give it a little bit of a press. Don't really need to do too much. And that's it. That's as difficult as this gets. You are going to position that on top of the background.
Okay.
Because you are going to have to stitch this to something else, I tack this in place within the 1/4 inch seam allowance because I have 3 layers of fabric at that point, which is not too much unless you then are starting to join it onto another piece, and you don't want this to move.
You don't want it shifting around, do you?
You don't. So tack that in place. Now, this is where you are going to curve that. Now, you don't have to, but I think it looks better, so I would be commenting if I saw you not curving this back.
Oh, for sure. So the fact that because you folded the square on the diagonal, this edge now is on the bias. So this naturally wants to curve when you fold it back.
It does.
Very clever.
So I've just popped a little pin in here for the purposes of showing you. Now, I curve this edge before I attach it to anything else, and I'm going right the way through to the background. And I'm just little baby stitches. Now, this is not a matching thread. I would suggest you want to have a matching thread.
But it's never good for a demo, is it, Yvonne?
No. Well, it can be actually, using a contrast can be a feather in your cap, because if you can't see this whenever I've stitched it, then...
Oh, I went to an applique workshop in America once, like Baltimore applique, and everyone had to use black thread.
Yeah, so you could
see. The teacher made everyone use black thread for everything. And
then you could see how well you were progressing.
Yeah. That was Ellie Sienkiewicz.
Oh, lucky you. Yeah. So,
but everyone had to use black thread. But you don't have to do that at home. You can use
you don't have to put yourself through that. But I'm just doing a little hemming stitch across here. And I'm going all the way through so that this curved edge is the only bit that will lift is actually a little piece here.
Oh, I see.
So that, I think, makes it easier for your machine quilting. If you were wanting to long arm this, which I don't think it would lend itself to particularly, but if you can't do it any other way, then you might well have to go and hand stitch those down so that you have a much flatter edge.
Yes.
But this, just going through and holding this down to its background, I think is sufficient to not cause you too many problems whenever you would be machine quilting in the ditch down either side.
Agreed. Now, breaking news, folks. Impressions of Japan Month 1 has sold out. Well done. Congratulations, Yvonne. Absolutely wonderful. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? Is there any possibility that next month we will have any of month 1 anymore?
It will be possible, I think. Yes, stop dithering. Yeah.
Yes, good. I didn't want to end on a downer.
You know what? I don't even know whenever I'm in next month. I just have to get past the 24th of this month. That's my issue. So anyway, that is that's one of those.
Now, the details that are on screen, This is blueberries and cream, block of the month. This is the full kit. So this is all 7 months, the whole thing. I've got 2 kits left. Now, it is double allocated. So there's 4 people with this in baskets, only 2 kits left. So there's 2 chances, 2 of you can end the day happy if you check out your basket. Now, remember that you can spread the cost over 3 months. It doesn't mean you have to wait 3 months to get your kit. You'll get it in 3 to 5 working days. Pay $79.64 today. The kit's yours. Remember, there are only 2 chances left. If you grab it now, it's yours for under £80. 0 interest, 0 forms to fill in. The blackberries and cream, that's this gorgeous pinks and purples. 7 of you want the kit, but I've only got 3 left. Oh, now I've got 2. Well done. Well done, whoever's just checked out. Yeah, it's yours. You've got it. 6 in baskets, 2 left. So 3 times as many people want it. If you check out your basket, it's yours. Again, split pay, $79.64 today. You do not need to spend the whole amount. Under £80 to get it home. Thanks, Yvonne. Well done.
Yeah.
Great,
That's
brilliant.
Very, very satisfying.
You work on things, you do a lot of work for your samples. It's wonderful when everyone can see the beauty in what you do.
Well, I'm very pleased that we have a very good reputation, and you know, people have supported us for years.
The quality of your kits is absolutely wonderful, isn't it?
So, dragonfly panel. This is just, I suppose this is a stem stitch. I'm not very good at stem stitch. So it's all, well, I don't get it even, which annoys me a little bit, but equally it could be almost a herringbone stitch.
Sure.
So I'm just going back on myself so that I've got 2 strands of thread this time round, and I'm just following the line that I've marked on with the Frixion pen, and I'm just going back a little bit each time. So I'm creating these little arcs. I don't know, they're like little rainbow arcs. So
it's lovely.
I have a kind of pink one, and I have this turquoise one.
It adds a lovely dimension to the work. It brings it to life.
Movement. It puts movement in, doesn't it?
Because a plique can look flat.
Especially machine applique.
Yes, yes. But the blanket stitch gives dimension, the embroidery adds dimension. And then, of course, if you want to, add beads.
Yeah,
add those little
put little eyes, you know, little eyes in.
Would you, if you were putting beads on, would you do that at this stage? Would you do it after quilting? Does it matter?
I think I would need to know how I was going to quilt. If I was going to hand quilt, then I'm sure I would add the embellishments now.
Okay. Because you can quilt around them.
Because you can quilt around them. If you've gotten it under your sewing machine, you don't have the control, then it would be better to, well, you could actually use the beads as a method of quilting.
Oh,
couldn't you?
Yes, you could. Yes, you could, because your stitches would go through the layers.
And back through. And you could have some little chains of beads coming down. Now, you will find that through this, this is over the top in some instances, but it's there because I think it looks good, okay? So having done my stem stitch with my 2 threads, I then have gone below it with a running stitch and a slightly different thread.
Ooh,
and
fancy.
Well, again, it's not difficult. All it does is gives it dimension. Look, suddenly you have this sitting up.
Yes,
It's sitting up just with that little stitch in there, as opposed to this piece down here. And you can sit and fiddle for hours, which of course is just sheer heaven in my world.
Absolutely, absolutely, mine too.
And of course, you try not to get your thread
Oh,
caught.
Yvonne, don't.
There we
Whenever
go. No,
I
it's
try
done,
and hand
it's done,
stitch,
done. It's okay.
I could do 2 stitches and get a knot in my thread. I don't know what I do.
Your thread's too long.
Almost certainly, Yvonne. Almost certainly.
Yeah, it's one of my pet things is that people have their thread too long.
Yeah.
And the reason is because they don't want to rethread the needle, because they can't see to thread the needle. But because the thread is too long, they end up with more knots in it and end up rethreading their needle more often.
It does make sense, Yvonne, when you put it like that.
Well, I've been there, you know. So I'm just going to continue round with that. If anybody has any questions, please get in touch with me. I will be able to answer them, I trust.
Yeah, definitely.
Remember, whenever you are doing your designs, you center each panel.
Right.
And then you're going to trim, because by the time you have finished with your embroidery and your applique and any other embellishments that you want to add, you may have distorted the background fabric.
Now, can I ask a question on that, Yvonne? When you come to centre up your block, obviously it's not just a case of cut ½ an inch off every side and it'll be the right side by any means. Have you got any top tips for trimming or centering your blocks? Because you always get it right on your quilts. They always look good.
I probably trim. I trim all sides, and I probably go round them twice, because
Gotcha.
I don't take the full amount off to start with.
So a little bit of steady as you go, little trim here, little trim there, have a look, and then do more if you need.
Yes, but if you have done something as simple as that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After all the work's completed.
Or before you
Okay.
start, before you start,
Yeah.
then you should have your design centered.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you've got a point to work from. When I started this is a little bit close to the top. So I am, in this instance, going to have to take, sorry, I'm just going to get, look. So this was cut at 6.5. Yeah, it's 6.5 by 9.25. So I am a little bit close to the top, because you can see there's my 1/4 inch seam allowance that I'm going to lose. So this one is a little bit off. So this in the trimming will allow me to put it right.
Absolutely, and you'll trim more off the bottom, nothing off the top, really.
Exactly.
Makes sense.
And
I mean,
patience.
I agree with you.
or
A little off each side, just a tiny bit.
And if you want to, you can mark the working area on your piece as one of the things you do when you start, so that you have an idea of where you would like to be cutting.
Got you.
You definitely need to do that when you come to the sashiko blocks.
Yes.
Yeah, because you have a seam allowance, but you need to be centered.
Got you. I got you. Yeah, you do. Can we just spend a moment looking at what's coming up in month 2? Because this is this month 2 here?
It is.
Absolutely exquisite. And can we have more of month 2, please? Because we're gonna need it. Thanks, Yvonne. Isn't it lovely? So talk us through month 2, Yvonne, please.
So we have cranes across the top. They are a sign of longevity, and I've tried to put some waves in, well, airflow in there. We have a very traditional sashiko design that is English wine glass, but it's also in the Eastern tradition, the name of which I don't remember off the top of my head, but I will know for next month.
It's sort of interlocking petals, isn't it?
Yes, and we have some blossom.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous.
So the blossom has a nice blue centre, has French knots going through the middle of it, and some stitching through the petals so that it allows you to give some dimension.
Yeah, absolutely glorious. So much to look forward to next month. no idea when you're back on.
None
But that's
at
okay.
all.
It'll be next
None
month.
at all. At
You'll
some point, and I think it's something like the middle. I truly have no idea.
Bless your heart. Will you have moved shop by then?
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, we'll have a glass of something to celebrate.
I think
next month.
that I will breathe. I will be breathing by that point next month. It's about a month from now because I always try and do it at about the same time each month so that everyone who is joining the Block of the Month programme knows when to expect it.
That's fab. Well done if you got month 1 of Impressions of Japan. The new Block of the Month programme from Village Fabrics is exquisite. I love it. Can't wait for next month. Also remember, if you've got either blueberries and cream or blackberries and cream, we're literally down to our last 1 or 2 of those. Take the opportunity in the break time to check out your basket. Yvonne, thank you for a wonderful hour. Congratulations on a sellout. And we will see you either in person or I'll be watching you on TV next month. And good luck with the move.
Oh, thank you so much. I may have developed muscles by then.
I'm sure, almost certainly. All right.
Take care.
Take care too. I'll see you after the break. Adam is back with the most gorgeous top, the Remy Raglan top. We've got some beautiful enzyme washed linens as well to make it in. Gorgeous, gorgeous top. I will see you after this break. You take care, and I'll see you after this.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1p&p throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Yes, our 4th birthday is coming very soon. It's next week. We've got an absolute plethora of fabulous guests, but who needs to wait till next week for a fabulous guest? I've had Yvonne McAtamney today and a double dose of Adam Brooks.
Good morning. I like that word, a plethora.
A plethora, I love that word. Yeah. I love that word, a plethora of wonderful guests. Adam, welcome back.
Thank you very
We've
much.
got the Remy blouse now, the Remy Raglan. I love a Raglan.
I love this. And do you know what? I love the finish on this. This pattern is great. Honestly, a wardrobe staple. It can be worn casually. Yeah. It can be worn really dressy. I've added a bit of more of a glam button there, but it could be casual. Beautiful sleeve.
Love those sleeves.
Yeah.
And as well, lovely length, but there are a variety of different views on this, aren't there?
Yeah, so you can have a shorter sleeve. You don't have to have the gathers if you don't want to. It's got a split front on this version. Again, you've got the option not to have that.
You can take the split out.
You can take the split out.
Love that. I love that because lots of people really don't like a V or a split, but lots of people love them.
That's it.
You can do both.
It's very versatile, this one, which is why I love it. And the finish on it in the inside, French seams.
Oh,
I'm really excited. Don't be scared. I'm going to show you how.
We're actually getting a French seam masterclass from Adam Brooks today, so it doesn't get much better than that. Now, let's have a look at the pattern. It's by Sew House 7. What I love about this pattern is that it has standard size 00 to 20. Okay, so American sizes. Adam?
Sorry, yes, it is American sizing, yes.
So from a UK 2 up to a 22, and then you've got curvy sizes 14 to 34, which UK would be a 16 to a 36.
Yeah.
Curvy. So you were telling me different shape pieces within the pattern.
That's it, and usually where you'd have to buy either that set of sizes or that set of sizes. It's all in there.
Yep, yep.
So, yeah, when you open the pattern, don't think, oh, gosh, there's about 20 sleeves. There's not that many, I'm exaggerating, but it's because there's different variations and those different sizes.
I think that's really cool. I think that's really cool. Seeing this more and more in independent patterns, aren't we? With things like different bust sizes or a curvy and a kind of regular.
Yeah, which is really good because we're now accommodating to why people sew. It's because they can't get things in the shops that fit how they want them to.
I know, who knew it would take that long?
I know, it shouldn't have done really, should it?
Not really, but we're glad it has. And also, if we just have a look at the back view of the pattern, these are the different options that you've got. So short sleeve, with or without the split. The long sleeve with or without a cuff or a plain, or a long sleeve with gathered cuff, again with or without the split. So loads and loads of different options. And I'm thinking as well, Adam, if you wanted to extend the length, even to skim the hips, you absolutely could.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure on the pattern, there's an increase or decrease length and shorten line.
So actually,
really easy to do.
You could even almost turn that into a dress, couldn't you?
That's the one secret that independent pattern won't want you to know, but yes, you can.
SARS, everybody, SARS. But you can just use the lengthen line and then just lengthen it into a dress. So, boom, now 6 different styles of top has now become 12 different versions that you could make. And of course, if you vary the fabric, you've got a gazillion different looks. We love it. It's $19.99. I think this is an absolute brilliant wardrobe staple. Now, a raglan sleeve, Adam.
Yeah.
Please explain.
So a setting sleeve is more structured A raglan sleeve usually goes in flat, which is why it's easier to do French seams on a raglan garment. And the raglan, it's basically a shape here. It's not just going into a sleeve head. It's the sleeve is all one piece at the top going into the neckline.
Yes.
So that is what a raglan sleeve is.
Which looks very, very chic.
Yeah.
And fits beautifully across the shoulders.
It does.
Rather than having, you know, like, so for example, if you do a setting seam, if you don't get it just right and it's a bit too wide, it looks awful. Or if it's too setting. If it's a drop shoulder, that can look really kind of slouchy and not very smart. A raglan kind of is the perfect middle ground.
It is, and it was really flattering. And like I say, it's actually easier to sew. If you've never done sleeves before, like a raglan's a good way to start because you're putting them in flat.
Love it, love it. Absolutely gorgeous pattern. I really rate this. I think it's wonderful. I was having a look at it earlier on. It's beautifully set out. Love the fact that you've got standard and curvy sizes all in one pattern, and really everything from a UK 2 up to a UK 36 all in one pattern. 6 different views of the actual top, but equally if you lengthen the bodice, you could actually extend it into a hip, dress, whatever. Sky's the limit. Fabulous, fabulous pattern. And we're very much talking about making this today in linen or a linen blend. But what other sort of fabrics could we use, Adam?
I mean, you could use any of the fabrics that we've had on today, pretty much.
The viscose?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Faux silk.
Do you imagine the drape you'd get on those sleeves? It's a bit more structured in a linen.
Yep.
Although this is a lovely soft linen.
Yep.
But can you imagine in a viscose, or a drapey fabric?
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Really
Faux silk,
nice.
real silk. What about something like a lawn?
Oh, yeah, a cotton lawn would be nice.
Broderie anglaise.
Broderie anglaise, I love it. Yeah, I'm loving all these ideas.
Fabulous, fabulous,
It's a
absolutely
versatile
gorgeous.
top.
It really is very, very versatile. Linen rayon mix, that would be luscious.
Yeah.
You could dress this up to wear to a wedding. You could have it as cash for working in the garden.
Yeah, exactly that. It's so versatile, this pattern. It's a wardrobe staple.
It really is. We say it a lot, but we really mean it this time. Now, let's talk about fabric. We've got enzyme washed linen. This duck egg, well, we're calling it teal. I'll just, robin egg blue.
Robin egg blue.
It's really nice. It's robin egg blue, but we'll call it teal just for the sake of argument. This is, I love our enzyme washed linen. It is so soft. You're really putting me off. It's coming out with all these puns around teal. It's tealy soft. It's tealy soft. It's a real teal at that price, $35.99. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's not see-through at all. It's absolutely soft, drapeable, and yes, you do get a few posh wrinkles, but not much. I'm really scratching that, but that is, you know, they're posh wrinkles, remember. They are posh wrinkles. That's the one. Absolutely gorgeous. Now you get 3.5 meters in the bundle. What size can I make up to, please, Adam?
With a 3.5 metre, I think
Yep.
it covers most of it. Where are we at now? If it's 50,
Long sleeve, biggest size?
should be able to.
Great.
24 to 34 in the long gathered sleeve is 2.6 metres.
Loads.
Yeah,
More
so
than
you have
enough.
a bit left.
Brilliant, brilliant. Which also means, of course, if you're one of the smaller sizes and you want to extend the length of it, which I think a lot of people are going to be doing, Adam.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. What a flattering colour. Really beautiful. This is the teal / robin egg blue for $35.99. It's enzyme washed, which means it is much softer and drapier. It doesn't have the stiffness that you sometimes get with linen. Now, next up, I've got this incredible red.
Now, I've got a bone to pick. Every time we do these linens, I love that colour.
I know you do.
And I've never
get sent it.
No, and I want it.
Talk to the buyer, Adam. It's got nothing to do with me. This beautiful, isn't it?
It is gorgeous. I love that colour.
Yeah, it's absolutely stunning. With a strong lip.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, gorgeous. It is beautiful. It's a real pop of cherry red. We called it dark red, enzyme washed, 100% linen, absolutely gorgeous. And of course, linen as well, a really strong, hard-wearing fibre.
Yeah.
So you're going to put a little bit of time into making a garment, but it's going to last you and it's going to wash beautifully. It's just going to get softer with each wash. But it will last. It's really sturdy, absolutely gorgeous fabric. Very, very popular as well in the red, very popular. 3.5 meters in the bundle, remember, that's enough to make the largest size with the long gathered sleeve. Okay, next up, let's do that charcoal grey. This is the original's been made in this. Very, very elegant. You know what I want to do with this? With the top, I want to add like a flower corsage in like a super bright like coral or soft pinks or something like that to really dress it up. But equally, if you need to go somewhere quite formal and you need to be quite understated, perfect, just as it is.
I'd got some beautiful covered buttons that were really vibrant that I actually made when I was on the bee. And it was too late. I'd already done my button loop and it was quite a big button, but the colour, just any colour will pop against that colour. Yeah,
gorgeous. It's lovely. Great, so that's the grey. Pewter, in fact, lovely. I approve of the name for once, I approve.
Yeah.
Pewter. And then we've got, this is gorgeous. This is absolutely beautiful. I'm going to open this up because that is absolutely gorgeous. Now, we've called this lavender. I'm relieved because it's a good opportunity for me to disagree with how the colour's been for once. I'd call this dusky rose.
Yeah, I would agree.
Or antique rose, but it's that beautiful, soft pink. Absolutely lovely. Isn't linen a beautiful fibre as well? You've got those sort of natural slubbiness in the weave that just creates this gorgeous character. It's very elegant. It's sort of relaxed elegance, isn't it, linen?
Yeah, it is, and I love it. I like that colour.
It's fabulous. Now you want this one too.
Yeah, the pink and the red, please.
The red?
Yeah.
Yeah? I think if you don't normally wear pink, this is the pink you'll love.
Now, I was on the phone to my mum last night and she doesn't usually wear pink.
Right.
But that colour would suit her.
Yeah. Yeah.
For sure.
For sure. It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And then some pattern. If you want something a little different. So this is a blend, right? What's the blend? Ah, linen rayon. I thought so. It feels...
Is it drapier?
Oh, it feels beautiful. Come and have a little...
I have to come and have a look.
You do. Because this is what you do in a fabric shop. You have a feel, don't you?
Absolutely.
So this is more fluid, isn't it?
That blouse, this is going to look lovely.
Yeah.
You know, with those sleeves. I like it a lot.
Yeah. Oh, it's gorgeous. Love that pattern as well. It's subtle, it's understated, but it's not plain.
I love how you can see the linen weave nice and in between the motif. Lovely.
Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful. Gorgeous. Love that little pop of orange in there as well. It's just soft, it's subtle, it's very elegant. 3.5 meters, $33.99. Gorgeous, right. Okay, so those are our fabric bundles. Just go back to the pattern for a second. It's Sew House 7. Go on. How many? Oh my goodness, wow. Okay. Wow, okay, wow.
Don't tell me it's gone.
You agree? At home, you're loving this pattern, heavily oversubscribed. I've got less than 30 patterns left. I've got about twice as many of you with it in your basket. Please check out, won't you? I know you want to see Adam's demo. That's the danger zone because that's when it can sell out. Everyone's concentrating on the demo, and before you know it, they've all gone and it's dropped out of your basket. Check out your basket now. You'll get the Remy Raglan home, and that's the point. Remy. Love it. Right, Adam.
Hello.
Raglan top.
I love this. I absolutely love it. Right, okay, so we've talked about the Raglan sleeves. We've got the button loop up here, which is dead easy to sew. I've gone for the version with the centre front seam. Usually I'm not a fan of a centre front seam, but because of, I don't know, because we don't usually have one. But in this, I love it because you've got that lovely V with the buttonhole. It just works. It's brilliant. We've got a clean finish on the inside as well, so I'm going to show us how to do that as well as the French seams, and then the cuffs and the gathering and stuff. We've done lots of gathering before, I know that.
And
then
for
the
clarity, a clean finish
is
a thing. It's not just an expression. It's a way of finishing.
Yes, absolutely. So it's basically a folded edge inside. So the edge is folded under itself and sewn down. And again, it would be a more vintage, an older way of finishing things a lot of the time without overlockers and things.
When they did things proper.
Yeah, when they did things. And this is proper. I love that the instructions tell you to do a French seam. Now, if you're intimidated by French seams, you could put it together with stitching and overlocking it. You could do that quite easily if you want to make life easy for yourself. But what a great developer, and honestly, the French seams are really easy to do in this.
And you're going to show us how.
I'm going to show us how.
Masterclass.
So what I've done with the centre front seam, we're looking at that front bit now, is I've folded it and pressed it over 1/4 of an inch. All right, again, American pattern, so we're in inches. And then there's a little mark where I've notched into the fabric. It's better you do it with chalk at home. So we folded the centre front over 1/4 of an inch. I've got that notch mark, and I'm just going to line this up now, and then we're going to pin it. All right, so here we go, matching those seams together, nice sharp pins, in we go. So it seems a bit strange to pin it together, if you like. Not pin it together, but to fold it over first.
Okay.
But that's what we need to do here.
Is that because you've got the opening?
That's because we've got the opening, yeah, for the neck. And we're going to sew up to the notch, or you can start at the notch. It's probably easier to start there and sew down the garment.
So that notch is at the neck opening.
Yes.
I know you said you don't normally like a centre seam.
Yeah.
I suppose, especially with this one, because it's a plain fabric, it does give that detail.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to, you could go with a contrast thread. I've done it slightly in the hope that you could see where it was. No, I'm lying to you. I just couldn't find an exact pattern match for my thread at home. Let's be honest.
It was so close.
I convinced them, weren't I? But you could go with an absolute contrast there as a design feature. Or if you've got one of those fancy stitches and you want to get a little bit of an embroidery feel, you could do some decorative stitching down there.
Do you know what I do? A lot of sewing machines have a mock hand quilting stitch, which looks like a running stitch, but is actually a full stitch, but you just see little stitches down. That would look really lovely.
That would, yeah, it would look really nice. So that bit I've folded over, I've kept folded over. So I'm sewing it now 1/2 inch from that folded edge. Don't be tempted to open it back out and do your seam allowance on there, because it'll all go awry. Fold it in 1/4 inch as I've showed you, press it, and then do your seam allowance from the folded edge.
I love that word, Adam, awry.
Awry.
Not used nearly enough.
No.
You don't want to go awry. And hullabaloo, that's another one I like.
Hullabaloo, I like hullabaloo.
Hullabaloo.
Yeah.
Hullabaloo.
I love
What's this hullabaloo?
What's this hullabaloo?
Are there other words you love?
Plethora, autumnal is a nice word.
No.
I know it's a simple one, but autumnal.
Charlie always insists on saying autumnal.
Autumnal, no.
Just to make me laugh.
Yeah, there's...
I like saying Pacific instead of specific. I do it deliberately to see if anyone notices.
Oh, what was
I say,
that?
what colours does that specifically come in?
That's funny. So now I'm just pressing that seam open. Pacific is in South Pacific, but you mean specific.
Yeah, yeah. And I say things like, have you ever gone on a cruise on the Pacific Ocean?
Yeah. Have you ever cruised the Pacific Ocean? I do.
Me giggle, Adam.
Yeah, no, it does. I can understand. There was an example I did the other day where you're saying things wrong on purpose.
Yeah.
And seeing whether people know you're being tongue-in-cheek. Or...
That's it. Or people just think you're a bit, you know,
yeah,
can't get your words right. So is that how you get the clean finish then? That's the folded.
Because I've already...
neat. It's gorgeous.
Easy, isn't it?
Lovely.
And that's over there now. So
it's almost like a faux placket, but on the inside. Yeah. Would you ever do that on the front of a garment?
What?
So you had like a faux placket?
A faux placket, yeah. I mean... The thing I love about dressmaking and design is that nothing is impossible. You can do whatever you want. Oh. Now, if you wanted to...
lovely song.
Yeah.
Nothing is impossible.
Go on, sing it to me, Sue. Sing it to me. Right, so we've got that lovely centre front seam now. Now, all I'm going to do, we're going to sew now down the front, that row of stitching at 3/8 of an inch.
Okay.
Which is about a centimetre. So I've got this little pattern hip rule thingamybobby.
We've got one of those coming up in the last hour.
Oh, well, keep an eye out for that. I'll tell you what, handy to have. And because this is a clear one, I can see where a centimetre is. And I'm literally just going to mark that centimetre all the way down there. I'm using heat erasable pen on here, but you're probably better to use chalk. Okay. Or if you use heat erasable pen, test it first.
Yes. Again, essential dressmaking tools. We've got them coming up at 12 o'clock. I've got the curved ruler. I've got chalk as well. So stick around for that. Or jump on the website and grab yours before they sell out.
Yeah.
Also got an overlocker. I've got a sewing machine. I've got a dressmaker's mannequin at an amazing price.
He's got it all.
Got it all.
He's got it all. Now, you might be thinking, well, Adam, you've got a mark on your stitch plate. Why you know, a centimetre, 3/8 is easy to follow. But of course...
Adam, can I just say, you have got a mark on your stitch plate for this show. Why do you have to mark it?
But the reason I'm doing that is because, of course, once you get past that split, you can't see your stitch plate.
Oh, no, of course you can't.
So you need to make sure that you've got something to follow. So there you are. Make life easy for yourself and draw it on. Okay, and then this is nice and easy now. We just, I'll up my stitch length to a top stitch. About
what sort of length?
3mm.
Okay.
Bit bigger if you want. Because you've pressed that, and this linen press is lovely, it's going to stay nice and flat, and then we just follow that line. Don't pull about with the fabric, just guide it through, as always. There we go. My line's a bit faint there, so I hope I don't miss it. And then up we go. And then you should be catching everything underneath to finish it off.
Got you. So you keep going past the open V all the way up to the raw edge?
Yeah, all the way up to the raw edge.
Gotcha.
Because that will secure that seam now. And we do the same on the other side. So I'll just give it a quick spin round. But you can see there, I mean, not my neatest work because I'm doing it quickly for telly, but it's catching it all underneath as well. So it's finishing that edge. I love it as a finish. I just think it's well considered the way that this pattern's finished off. That's a big thing for me now. You said to me earlier on, you love how this is constructed, how it's finished inside. Yeah. And it's not doing it fancy-pantsy for the sake of faffing around. It's a well worth it finish, and actually it's not that difficult. Now, obviously for a complete beginner I might be talking double Dutch, but it's, you know, if you've done a bit of sewing, it's actually quite, I think, straightforward. Again, just taking your time on it and everything. But there you go. So you've got all that finished there. I'm just going to give that a press. But like, I'm doing it in white here. I'm doing it quickly. But you could do it in a nice top stitch thread if you wanted to. Different colour. Right, OK, so that's your front there. We're also going to do... Oh, the iron splodged something out on me. Oh, well, we'll ignore that.
Is it just water?
No, it was a little bit of a residue.
Oh, dear. Oh,
It might be somewhere where it's just caught. Right, so this button loop, right, it's literally just a rectangle of fabric. In fact, let me show you against a white background rather than green on green. It's just literally a rectangle of fabric. And then
Could you just bring it over a little bit more to the right, please?
Yeah, there.
Just bring the whole board. That's it. Perfect. Thank you so much.
There you go. So, yeah, it's easy. It's like a piece of bias, really. It's not cut on the bias, however. Folded in half and folded in half again. So it's quite delicate. Now, if you wanted to, you could try and turn that through so you haven't got, you know, I'm just going to top stitch
Like
this.
a rouleau loop.
Yeah, but that would be really tiny.
Oh, yeah.
It would be. It is
Well,
possible.
It would be nice, though, if you were doing maybe like faux silk or something.
Yeah,
you
go
could
on.
do a little rouleau for that, couldn't you? If it was a very fine fabric.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest it with the linen.
No, I wouldn't do
Yeah.
it with linen.
Do it this way. So all I'm going to do is top stitch now along there. Yeah?
I do love a Jason Derulo loop.
Jason Derulo.
Don't you?
Yeah, I do, yeah. Like on the pyjamas earlier on, the waist tie was a rouleau.
Oh, was it? Yes.
Yeah. But again, it's a cotton, so it's quite easy to do, really. So I'm just stitching along the very edge of that to close it. Obviously, you'll do it in a nice matching thread, or not.
Or not. You might go for contrast.
That's it. I'll just give it a press to set. I often talk about like pressing it once you've put the stitches in. It just sets the stitches in.
For sure. It's a habit a lot of quilters have got into over the last few years.
Yeah.
We didn't used to, and now we all do.
Now we all do
Makes
it.
a difference, though.
Oh, yeah. Now I'm just going to make an arrowhead at the end there. So I'm just literally folding it on itself, making sure the ends are even.
Yep.
And then just pressing that down to give it an arrowhead.
Got you.
And then
That
just
looks smart.
And then, yeah, give it a nice press there.
Actually, Adam, I really like the white thread with the robin egg blue linen.
Yeah, it does work a little bit, actually. So, yeah, I've just given that a press. You can use quite a bit of steam, and then if you've got a clapper, have you got a clapper in your next hour?
Do you know what, Adam? Yes, I have.
If I had a clapper.
I have.
You could just put
Got
your
it
clapper
all.
on there,
Got
and
it
that'd
all.
help.
Do you want to
have got
borrow
it
my
all.
clapper?
No, it's all right.
Again.
What's he
feeling
like?
French.
What's he like? Okay, and then that bit there then, I've actually skipped ahead of myself because I got distracted. But basically, you'll trim this to the right size, and before you sew that centre front seam, that will sit in that seam allowance there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? So you'll base it in, and that'll all get caught in. Now, you'll originally... no, it doesn't. I'm lying to you. That was how it was on the pyjamas. It does go in here now.
Right.
But then what happens? You do it 5/8 of an inch down. It gets covered by the binding.
Ah,
Sorry.
got you.
There's a binding used on the neck. So it's a little bit like...
I feel like I want to deal with that splodge for you.
Thank you.
I don't know how.
I don't know.
Oh, I see.
So we are to trim this. It does tell you in the instructions, yeah, to 1.5 inches. So there we go. From the edge of the arrow, I just do it roughly there, and then we'll match it up the other side. I'm just using my rotary cutter to do this quickly, but I could have used those nice new spangly shears you've got. Okey coker. All right. And then, yeah, that's just going to go onto it. Is it coming out? Or is it...
Well, I'm just getting a bit of water. I think it was just a little bit of... Was it like a little bit of rust or something?
Yeah, I think it's just a... Yeah, you can see it's come from the top of the iron.
Do you know what? I bet
Probably
it was,
needs descaling.
I bet it was Jenny Jackson.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it was her.
I bet that Jenny Jackson did that.
I bet she did. I want to be having words. Honestly.
Yeah.
Oh, we have such a laugh. I do love Jenna. She always speaks highly of you.
Oh, I think highly of her. I'm only kidding.
No,
I'm only kidding. I only tease people I really like.
Yeah.
I would never tease somebody I didn't. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. So don't worry then. You're always really nice to me. Are you gonna?
Right.
It's,
Well, I've
it's
just
stolen it.
Well, thank you, Kat. Well, I just
While
want
you're
to see
doing
if
that,
I
I'll get the sleeves
can.
ready. Yeah. So we've got the loop ready. Let's get the sleeves in the back. So yeah, don't get confused now at this point, which is why I've kept my pattern pieces together with the fabric. So I've got one back piece here that's cut on the fold. But this is where the pattern pieces start to look a little bit similar.
Oh, okay.
Similar. So
Similar.
Similar.
You have to say similar.
Yeah, it'll start to look a bit similar.
You
Yeah.
You'll be doing it now.
They are different, you can see in size, but the shape's quite similar. So, but that's why it's important to mark your notches as well, so you know which is which. So I've got double notches for the back of my sleeve and one single notch for the front. And then this is what we're going to do that might feel a little bit strange, is we're going to sew with the wrong sides together. Yeah?
Sounds a bit strange, but you did mention French seams earlier.
French seams, yeah. So we are going to do that with the sleeves. Now the seam allowance here for the French seams, and it gives it you in the instructions, with wrong sides together, we're sewing the sleeves using, now it says a scant 1/4 of an inch, and then we're going to press it back on itself and trim it. And then we're going to sew at 3/8 of an inch.
Okay.
So it says in here a scant 1/4 inch is 6 mil. I don't know what your conversions are like. I've often seen a 1/4 inch described as 7 millimetres, so that's probably about right.
Yes. So a scant 1/4 of an inch is just a fraction, like a needle's width less than, isn't it? So yeah 1 mil.
So let's say 6 mil, which is, to be honest, with this foot I've got on the machine is the edge of my foot, but it might be different for you, so check it. All right then. Okay, so let's talk about these French seams more than anything else. So I've got this back piece here. Now this is where you're going to go, as I say, wrong sides together, which isn't usual. It is if you're doing French seams, but if you don't do French seams much, then it might seem a bit odd.
Gotcha.
It'll be really obvious with a pattern fabric. You know, if we had like the pajama fabric using that, you'd be able to quite clearly see the right and wrong sides.
Yeah.
But with this, both sides are the same, matching up my notches there. But this is why it's really easy to do this, because if you're trying to do a French seam on a set-in sleeve, it's much more difficult than this.
Which I did on the second episode of the sewing.
Did they make you do that?
Well, I made me do that.
Oh.
Because it was in the made to measure. It was in the final. Yeah, I think it was a lot harder, my series, Adam. You got off very lightly.
Shut up.
I'm joking. No, I picked a pattern. I mean, it was gorgeous, and I've never ever made a pattern which so many people have asked me what was the pattern.
What was the pattern?
It was. Is it Lynn Mizuno for Vogue, and it was an asymmetric blouse, almost like a jacket, but it was a blouse, and it was sort of almost like is it called a chung sam, the collared, you know, with the buttons?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Like that, but it was
what you mean.
asymmetrical, and it had almost like waterfall sides. It was absolutely beautiful. You can still get it, and but it was all French seam construction, and it had set-in sleeves, and I just, you know, because ignorance is bliss. It said to do that in the pattern, so I was like, okay, so I just have to do that then. So I did, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always said on the Sewing Bee, surviving is not about being the best. Winning is about being the best, but surviving is about not being the worst.
Yeah.
So you know, but the thing was, I mean, obviously it wasn't brilliantly sewn, so I hadn't done much dressmaking at all at that point. But it wasn't that difficult, and I was under pressure doing it. And it turned out really nice.
Yeah. That's the thing with...
Although Patrick hated it, Adam.
Oh, well, what does he know?
Hated it. Yeah. I only found that afterwards, because he said all the right things. But afterwards, I found out that he really hated it.
Oh, well. Do you know what? You can't like everyone. But was it just because it wasn't to his taste, though? Is that what...
Yeah, he didn't like the style, he didn't like the colour.
But don't you find that's the way it's going, though? Like, because like this level of sewing is... So many more people are doing it and making time for sewing.
Yes.
People are getting good at it, like
Yes.
really good at it. So then it becomes judging it a little bit like, well, we're going to go down to the style of it.
Yes, or your aesthetics.
Or your aesthetic rather than how well it's sewn.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's like, you know, when they're all on about, oh, well, you've really let yourself down on the size of that bow. It's like, well, that's...
Yeah, but I'm not for that. I don't like that.
No.
And I don't like the whole, oh, well, let's just put a bow on it because it'll, you know.
Esme will love it.
It's getting boring now. Like, I'm bored of bows.
Bored of bows. You should get that printed on a T-shirt, Adam.
Shall I? With a picture, like a cartoon animation of Esme.
Bored of bows.
Bored of bows.
Bored of it. Bored of it.
That'd make a statement.
Love it.
No, but do you know what, though? Just for giving extra points, perhaps. I sound like I'm moaning now, and I probably
Do
am.
it.
But
Do
it's like,
it.
no, if the bow works with the outfit, then great. Can you imagine? I love my 50s stuff. 50s cocktail dress, big bow at the back.
You sure?
I can see it now. Absolutely fabulous. But just plonking a big bow on it because win brownie points over George. I sound really awful now, don't I?
No, listen, when the next sewing bee comes on air, Adam, can we do, I know you do something with Jenny, but can we do something called the sewing beef?
Yeah, yes.
Where we just
have beef with it.
Just have beef with everything. Can we? The sewing beef.
I'm far enough out of contract now to do it, yeah. Say what I really think. No, do you know what? I will say, like, without that platform, it was a good springboard for you and I. Yeah. And, you know, incredibly grateful for it, and it was a great experience.
Of course. It's
but I'm bored of bows.
Yeah. No, but also that's the fun of watching the show. You know, we all sit there and go, oh, I wouldn't have done it like that. And oh, I don't like those buttons. Or oh, that's amazing. I love that. You know, that's the fun of watching these shows.
Yeah.
Everyone's got an opinion. It's brilliant.
And everybody's taste is different.
Yeah, completely.
Everybody's taste is different. And we're all fabulous sat at home watching it, but when you're there, well, we can tell you, can't we? You know, when the pressure gets to you.
Well, the funniest thing is, you know, in that situation, you can't recognise what a 6-inch zip is. You grab the wrong one, or you grab an invisible zip instead of the right zip. You know, you make the most rookie errors.
Because of time.
Because of the time.
Yeah.
Things you'd never do at home.
I tested some patterns for this next series, which is the 10th series, I think. I, of course, can't tell you what they were.
No. Well, you can tell me, obviously.
Yeah.
Over a cocktail.
Yeah. Right, so I'm pressing this seam now. So here's a thing. Because the raglan is cut mainly on a bias, you're not going to get much fray in the fabric on the raw. We're going to enclose the raw edge, but there's no need really to trim any loose edges away. Okay. You can grade it down, but the way the pattern is that the seam allowance going to sew now is bigger than that scant 1/4 of an inch. When you get to do your side seams, you're going to have to dehair it a little bit. Because that's cut on straight of grain, I found with the linen, like you can, I don't know if you can see it's happening already, look. You're going to get some threads there, so you're going to have to trim them down, because otherwise you'll end up with a hairy seam. And we don't want a hairy seam.
Speak for yourself. I'd do it. Would there be any benefit in overlocking down those edges before you started sewing the whole thing, could you, or...?
You're going to then play with your seam allowance because your overlock is unlikely to be a scant 1/4 of an inch.
Oh, understood.
But what you could do, here you go, is you could zigzag it.
Okay, zigzag, yes.
And then that would, be a good idea.
I meant that, Adam.
So we're turning it round, we've pressed it, so now it is right sides together.
Yes.
Which is unusual because you've got a finished seam there and you're thinking, hang on. It takes you a bit getting your head round, but I've got it now with right sides together. So what I'm going to do is what the instructions says and finish the seam by stitching it at 3/8 of an inch or a centimetre for new money. So I'll just put that on there so I can see. Right, okay. And then basically we're going to stitch it like you would a normal seam. I've demonstrated a French seam on here before, but it's actually nice to see actually in a garment.
Yes, it is.
Now, it is a curved seam, that raglan, slightly, so don't stretch it out. Again, like good techniques and habits when sewing, not, you know, pulling anything through your machine. Just guiding it gently, and just back stitch at the end there.
French seams are lovely on your skin as well, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah,
They're a softer seam on your skin.
Yeah.
They're quite nice across the shoulders.
Absolutely.
Which are often a bit, even on me, Adam, are a little bit bony. It's the thinnest part of my body.
Yeah, no, they are, and it's just a lovely finish. It's a high-end finish.
It certainly is.
So what I'm going to do now is press that seam towards the back.
Lost without Facebook today.
Oh, there's no Facebook there, of course, yeah.
It's gone down. Are you all there?
Is anybody there?
Yes. Tap once for yes, twice for no.
Right, so we've had, and look, like, that's just one of them. We're going to repeat that 4 times, obviously, because there's the seams. But that's the inside now. Oh. And then on the outside is obviously looking like a seam. But if I just lift this up, you'll see how it then runs lovely. I don't know how far you can get in there and whether it's too dark, but it runs lovely into that bias neck binding. It lies lovely and flat.
Would you show us that again?
Really, really pleasing. I'm pulling her right side. That's the seam we've just sewn, that back one. It's pressed there, and it just runs lovely into that bias. Can you see it?
Can.
Yeah. Put my thumb there.
Gorgeous. Ah, hi, you two lovely boys from Carroll in West Sussex. You are there.
Yes.
One tap. Yes, says Mrs. in Suffolk.
Oh,
I'm here. Thank you, Tanya. You know when you just think, is it just me and Adam? Hi, hi, Carol. Oh, bless you. You are kind.
When nobody's messaging in, I just feel it's weird. When I first came on Sewing Street, I was like really aware of everything. But now, like, it's just me and you in the studio, isn't it?
I know. Yeah, absolutely. Boys. Oh, show me that. Show me that. I'm here, lovely gents, on live feed. Fantastic demo, as always, Adam. Thank you, Jane. Aww. What was the one before? Oh, thank you. Boys, you're fabulous together. Love dressmaking. Keep it going, from Lena. Thank you, lovely.
They're all coming in now.
My favourite word is serendipity.
I love
good word. Love that. Favourite words. I'm here too. Thanks, Tracy. Come on, what's your favourite word? I'm here, but busy watching you lovely boys. Thank you, Tracy. Ah, phew, you are there. Morning, boys.
We're coming in thick and fast now.
I'm here. Thanks, Jane. And another one. Carol says, hi, are you two at the NEC in March?
Yes, on the weekend.
On the weekend. I will try and get down for a visit. I'm not around officially at all, but I'm going to try and get down because I really want to. Also, going to the Stitch Festival in Islington in March. So if you're going to that, I'm going to be there on the Saturday, and I'm trying to twist Adam's arm to come as well. Yeah. Because there's a Sewing Bee catwalk show that I'm hosting, and there's going to be loads of past contestants from the Sewing Bee, all the past bees. Right from Series 1, actually. Tilly from Series 1 is going to be there.
Oh, is she taking part in the fashion show?
She's going to be on the fashion show.
Amazing.
Yes, I know. It's a rare appearance. I know it's something special. Tilly and the Buttons. Yeah, my old sparring partner.
I met Tilly a year or two ago at one of the shows. She's lovely.
She's fabulous. She's so creative, such a talent, and she's done some amazing patterns.
Yeah, she really has. And as well, like, helped introduce people to dressmaking.
Oh, yeah, brilliantly.
Do you know?
Absolutely brilliantly. She created a community that was waiting to happen, and actually before the Sewing Bee. Her fabulous,
Did she?
Her fabulous blog, Tilly and the Buttons. Yeah, she had already built a sewing community, and then Sewing Bee happened, and yeah, huge respect for Tilly, huge respect for what she's done.
I'm just repeating these seams on the front.
I was going to say, when Tilly didn't come to the meal the night before we started filming because she lives in London, so she wasn't staying in the hotel. And she arrived on the first morning of sewing, and she got out of a taxi, and I thought, well, I might as well go home because there's the winner.
Yeah?
Yeah, I looked at her and I thought, you've got winner written all over you. And that was just based on, I don't know, do you know what I mean? But yeah, she's built a fabulous, fabulous business. Yeah. Yeah, but she'll be there. So come along, Adam. It'll be so much fun.
I know. I just need to see whether I can clear my diary.
You've spotted your stuff on the catwalk before, haven't you?
Yeah, I did. At the NEC, actually, it was, I think.
No, it was at Ali Pali.
No, was it at Ali Pali?
Yeah, it was Ali Pali.
Oh, no, have I done two then? No, it was at Ali Pali, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You came and did the Boys Sew too.
Yeah, that was it.
Catwalk.
Yeah, no,
Hello,
that was
sailor.
fun. Yeah, yeah, I had me nautical bits on. Yeah, no, it was good. I enjoyed it, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, I do like the shows. It's nice to connect with people that watch us on here and, you know, just people in the sewing community in general.
It is. We have a really strong community here at Sewing Street, but also it is such a treat to meet you all at shows and events. We all love it. I personally, it's my high point of doing the shows like Festival of Quilts. I absolutely adore meeting everybody. So much fun, so much fun. And it's so wonderful to put a face to a name as well.
Yeah, absolutely, isn't it, Jess?
Yeah. And then it becomes an every year, you know, we meet up at the shows.
Well, it's been like Sandra, the lady I mentioned earlier, like I was on a cruise ship with Sandra and like I used to chat to loads of people on board. Do you think like it changes about 1,000 people every week?
Right.
And I did it for a good number of years. But I remember chatting with Sandra, and then when I came on here on Sewing Street, she said, I sew, do you remember me? And I did remember her.
Oh, amazing.
But yeah, it's meeting people across, but sewing does, it brings everybody together.
It really does. We're instant friends because we have that shared passion.
Yeah. And
what are you doing now, Adam?
What am I doing now? I'm continuing with these French seams.
Oh,
so
gotcha.
Again, just you scan 1/4 of an inch. I'm trying to do it quickly, but I want to show you it a few times on all the seams so that you feel confident to do it at home. Because people say, oh, French seams, and it feels a bit like, oh, you know, that's only something a really talented dressmaker can do. We're demystifying it. It's not. It's just a process.
Every single hobby has got its jargon.
Yeah.
It's got its techniques, and you know, in a way, does that make it a little excluding? I think it does sometimes. Until you know the jargon, you feel a bit sort of out of sorts. I remember going to a workshop about long arm quilting before I got my long arm, and they were using all these terms which meant nothing, so it was really hard to access anything. But as soon as I got my machine, suddenly I knew what everyone was talking about.
This is it. And I think, to be honest, we've got better about being inclusive. Like, how to put this? I think way back when there was maybe a little bit of snobbery, for want of a better word. I'm not pointing at anybody specific or anything specific, but a bit like if you didn't know the jargon or weren't in,
you couldn't be part of the gang.
Couldn't be part of, yeah. And I remember, this is true story, when I was doing my A-levels, I was studying textiles along with other subjects, and you know, I was looking for a Saturday job, and I went into this dress shop. And you could tell, like, there was stuff made there from scratch. It wasn't just like it is now, bought in stuff and altered. And I went in, and this lady, she was ever so prim and proper. And I says, you know, I'm just looking for a Saturday job, and I'm a textile student and would love to learn more about dress design. Is it okay? Can I hand you my CV? And she looked at me up and down, and she went, why would I want somebody like you working here?
Oh, Adam, Adam.
It was really, and she was really...
Adam.
Really,
dear.
Yeah, it put me off for a bit.
Oh dear, I bet it.
And now look at me.
Hey.
That.
Woo, woo.
I'm on the telly box sewing. No, it's funny, you know, and I think there can be a little bit or used to be a little bit of that in certain things. It's like, I'm a big fan of opera, and I could stand here and go, oh, well, you know, Puccini's opera La Bohème is, you know, and the cadence at the end of the aria and that. Well, I could talk to. I'm quite into it. Can you?
Oh, I'm fascinated.
I did study music as well, but it could be quite intimidating to some people. Whilst if you now, like, you can break things down, and I think people are a bit more relaxed.
Absolutely.
I don't know what I'm baffling on about, to be honest.
I do, Adam. It's exactly what you're doing here. It's demystifying. It's opening up this kind of secret club for everybody. That's what Sewing Street's all about. That linen, by the way, that Adam's using is enzyme washed to make it soft and drapeable. It's 100% linen. It's a gorgeous teal colour. It's $35.99. That's for a 3.5 metre bundle. Now that's enough to make the largest size of the Remy Raglan with the longest sleeve, the long gathered sleeve. So if you're making a smaller size, you could extend the bodice, make it a little longer, hip length or longer. You could, I tell you what would be really nice with this, something like a matching, like hair tie, if you've got long hair, something like that. You could do a matching hair tie, or, you know, something like that, a little accessory to go with. Now the pattern itself, absolutely brilliant. I've only got 5 left. It's been super, super popular. What's brilliant as well is it's standard sizes, 00 to 20, that's US sizes, and then curvy sizes, 14 to 34. Now, normally I'm used to there being 2 different patterns and you have to pick one or the other, which is awful if you're a curvy size 22 and your daughter or your mum or your best friend is a standard size 16, say, because you've got to buy 2 patterns. This way, one pattern does both of you. Or, like me, my body shape changes. Is changing, has changed, will continue to change. And with my dressmaking patterns now, the things I make, I always trace them off. Yeah. Because then I've got different sizes.
This is it, and you've got that pattern for life then.
Yeah, you have. Well, our early bird, I don't know if you saw, our early bird today is a 10-metre roll of dressmakers paper.
Yeah, I saw that, and that would be really handy to have.
Always trace off my patterns, never ever cut up a pattern. We'll have that, by the way, in the last hour, our dressmaking tools. Oh, can I just mention, you'll like this, I've got a mannequin in that hour. It is from Adjustaform. It is the most affordable mannequin that Adjustaform do. And I'm going to tell you now, I am going to do a price drop on it. This may well be the best opportunity you've ever had to buy a mannequin. That's in the next hour. You've only got about 5-6 minutes to wait.
That sounds exciting.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's a budget price one anyway. It's an amazing price mannequin, especially from Adjustaform, but we're actually going to do a price drop soon.
Do you know what? I think having a mannequin is so important.
Why?
When you're working on a garment, if I hadn't got the top on there for display, I'd be hanging the bits that I'm not working on, so not ruin my fabric. And 2, to get an idea of proportion and size.
Yes.
And you can always pad a mannequin out to get it to where you want it to be. Yeah. There are some brilliant online videos, aren't there? I tell you who's done an absolutely brilliant one. CL, Claire Louise Harding, who was the sewing producer for the first 4 series of the Sewing Bee. She also wrote, I think, the 3rd book. Claire Louise, I'm sure she's been on, maybe it was Sewing Quarter she was on. She came on as a guest. I don't know if she's been on Sewing Street, but she is amazing. And she's done some videos on how to pad a mannequin to make it exactly your size. That's it. Because, I mean, there aren't many people whose shoulders are the same height on both sides. No, we're all lopsided some way. Or nobody's completely symmetrical. It'd look weird if you were.
I think it would. Even faces.
Just to finish off, look, I've done all those French seams inside. So to recap, it's a 1/4 of an inch, or a scant 1/4 of an inch, and then turn it over and then sew it. Press it and sew it at 3/8 of an inch, and you get those lovely French seams, all in the instructions. You've got your centre front, and then can you see now the blouse is coming together? You've got this side seams to do as well, which will be French seamed. They're the ones that you might have to trim back a little bit with the things. And then your gathered sleeve for this option, just to quickly show you how to do this.
Oh, so you can have a short gathered sleeve.
Yeah.
Is that a long gathered sleeve?
This is a long gathered
got you.
sleeve.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not sure whether there is a short gathered one. No.
No, there isn't.
No. But you can have the nice cuff on it. But this is the long gathered sleeve like we've got in the sample. And I've just sewn 2 lines of basting stitching, which is at the longest length your machine will do. For me, it's a 5mm. You will have sewn this together and then put the band in and you'll fit it to the band. But just to show you the basic principles of gathering, I've got the bobbin stitches there. And look, you just pull it up. But I've put 2 rows of stitching in. And you could even do 3 if you wanted to, but one's a safety. So if one thread breaks, you've still got one in. But it also gives a nicer gather as well because it's being controlled.
Yes.
Between 2 threads rather than just the one. So
yes.
Always do at least 2, would be my advice. And you just gather it up like that. And do you know what also? We were talking about the pleat earlier in the pyjamas and it being a proper pleat.
Yeah.
What I liked about this is it's a nice full
proper gather.
It's not just a little bit.
No.
It's a nice bit of gather in there, a nice bit of volume.
Nice full gather.
That's it.
I would just say as well, Adam, in the next hour, I've got a sewing machine that comes with a gathering foot.
Yeah, which is amazing. But the reason I never demonstrate with a gathering foot is because the gathering foot is going to gather it by X amount. It's not taking your pattern into consideration.
No, true enough.
But there are some workings out that you can do. Because John had always said to me, when we were making wedding dresses in the 80s, he said, we use a gathering foot. Yeah. You just get your fabric and gather. But that would have been more bespoke. When you're working off a pattern, it might gather it up too much, do you know what I mean? Or not enough with the foot, because it's doing it, whilst you've got control of how much you gather this with the pattern. So I've done it between the notches and then that would be sewn up and the cuff would be going on there.
It's fabulous. It's fabulous. You promised us a masterclass in French seams. We actually got one in dressmaking. Thank you so much, Adam.
Oh, bless you. No, it's a pleasure as always. Thank you for having me. Lovely to hear from everybody at home.
It was. When are you back?
13th of March.
Awesome.
So a month's time.
Awesome. It's in the diary. We'll look forward to it. Between now and then, take care of yourself.
I will do. You too.
Up to anything fun?
What am I doing? Well, I've got a holiday planned. Not till April, but we're going to New York. Start spreading the news.
Oh, you're going to love it. Have you been before?
No, first time.
You're going
to
love it.
So that's what I'm really looking forward to. But
fabulous.
Yeah. And I'm seeing Mr. Scott next week for a cheeky bit of filming for his new subscription platform service.
Very nice indeed. All right, great. Well, Adam, you take care. And after the break, I've got a final dressmaking essentials hour. You won't want to miss it. I've got some amazing prices, some amazing products. And don't forget that adjustable mannequin with price drop after this. Here on Sewing Street, the home of Elna, have we got the exclusive TV launch you've been waiting for? This Sunday, we are launching the brand new Elna Excellence 782. What a machine! Everything you'd expect from a top-of-the-range Elna machine, but with one amazing, unique feature, the ASR. Now, free motion quilting with accurate stitch regulation. And it includes a ruler foot, everything you've ever wanted in an Elna or a sewing machine, launching on Sewing Street this Sunday with Elna.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. That man is pure sunshine. I'm talking about Adam Brooks, of course. What a lovely, lovely guy. Right, this hour I have got fabulous dressmaking essentials. I mean, also things for all sewers, of course. And we'll be talking about why over this hour. Now, we're going to start with the Brother FS250 FE. We don't often mention that the FE stands for Fashion Edition. And the reason why it's the Fashion Edition is because of these extra feet. You get all of the usual feet that you'd expect with a sewing machine. So things like an automatic one-step buttonhole. That means just like Adam's Dukey, one touch of a button and the whole buttonhole is sewn. So you get things like your automatic one-step buttonhole. You get your button sewing foot, blind hem, zipper, zigzag, monogramming foot. So you get all of those as standard. But this machine is called the Fashion Edition, and that's because you get 7 extra feet, and they're all really designed or thought of with dressmaking in mind. So you get a bias binding attaching foot. Now that's got to be about £25 worth. This is all extras, you know, quite separate to the cost of the machine. The machine is already half price. It should be £799. If you go to the Brother website, it is £799 and there's no split pays. Here at Sewing Street, we keep it half price. It's £399 and you can take advantage of three-way split pay at £199. No, not £199. Thank you, £133, thank you. £133, amazing. Here's the Brother website. I'll just show you this. Here's the Brother website, £799. Here it is, including VAT, thank goodness. I'd hate to think I'd get to check out and they'd slap VAT on as well. We sell it for £399, that's half price. And you also get the 7 extra feet. So, bias binding attaching foot, also straight stitch foot. Now this is really useful for quilting. It's really, really useful for piecing as well. You get beautiful piecing, beautiful top stitching for home deck and also for dressmaking as well. The bias binding attaching foot, of course, can be used for things like placemats and mug rugs and things like that, as well as using it in garments to finish seam allowances. Now you're also getting a fully adjustable zipper and piping foot. So this one, you see, you have this little screw here at the back. You have a little screw at the back. And with that, you're able to adjust. This is how you place the needle and the line of sewing precisely where you want it to be. So if you're doing something like an invisible zip or you want to get really fine piping, smack bang in a seam, that's the foot for it. That's extra, you get it. Here's the gathering foot I was talking about. This foot you can use to gather or ruffle fabric on its own, or there's a little slot in the bottom. You put the lower fabric through that, and then the fabric you're ruffling underneath, it'll gather this and it'll keep the fabric in the centre flat. So you can actually sew a ruffle to a flat piece of fabric in one step. It's amazing. You also get a rolled hem foot. So for doing those tiny rolled hems on fine fabrics, bridal, silks, organzas, things like that. You get a 5-groove pin tuck foot. So if you've ever seen those gorgeous pin tuck details on maybe a dress shirt or children's clothing, that's the foot you need. You use a twin needle with that. And then last of all, you get a Teflon or non-stick foot. How many times do we mention those when we're talking about things like, you know, sewing oilcloth or PU or vinyl? Well, you don't have to worry about trying to sew through paper and tear it off and this'll do, that'll do. You've got a non-stick foot. All of that extra and your machine's half price. Now you also get 250 stitches on your machine, all your utility stitches, all your decorative stitches, your heirloom stitches, even mirror image. So 250 stitches right there. On the top of the machine, you've got 3 alphabets. Bold uppercase, outline uppercase and cursive. You get all of your numbers, letters, accented, European accented, all of those included. You can store up to 50 patterns in the memory. So, for example, if you're doing a label for clothing or maybe a quilt label, something like that, then you can use up to 50 characters and spaces, store it in the memory, and then you can just sew it anytime you want to. Easy bobbin winding, top loading bobbin. You've also got an automatic needle threader. Love it. It's just a brilliant machine. Now, on top of all of that, you also get an extension table. That, literally, this comes off. This slides on. Normally, you're going to pay about £40 to £50 for an extension table for a sewing machine. You get that included. You also get a hard case. Okay, now I've bought sewing machines that are £2,000–3,000 and they do not come with a hard case. This is old school quality, isn't it? Having a proper hard case for your sewing machine. Love that too. You can drop your feed dogs. You've got a little switch around the back. It's just the perfect package. And although it's called the fashion edition, it's also perfect for patchwork and quilting, brilliant for home decor, bag making, you name it. Now, lots of our guests, this is their machine. I know loads and loads of quilters, sewers, dressmakers, this is their machine. I also know loads of people who've got a Brother FS250 as their workshop and class machine too, because it's got everything in it that you might have in your £2,000 machine, but a little bit more compact, easier to transport, and also £399. Absolutely brilliant machine. I urge you to give it a try and use the split pay, £133 today to get it home. Give it a try. Don't forget, we have a money-back guarantee. If you're not entirely satisfied, if it's not for you, you can always take advantage of that. Right, let's move on. Let's talk overlockers. Now, I've got the Elna Air Threader overlocker. Now then, the Elna is, you can find the Elna overlocker on our website at £1,199, okay? That's when it's on the website. However, when it comes to air, especially when the deal fairy is sitting in the producer's chair, that's our Ben, we do this. I told you there were going to be some price drops. We've crashed the price, £1,059. Now, that hasn't affected the number of split pays. You can still have 5 zero-interest split pays. £211.80. That's to get home an Elna. Now, this is high end of the range. This is air threading. This is a fabulous does-it-all overlocker. You've got an air threading system. It's the #1 pain point of overlockers, and it's the one thing I can guarantee that will put people off buying an overlocker: fear of threading. Now, this is an air threading system, so anybody can do this from day one, okay? You can overlock, you can do stretch knits, you can do decorative over edging, you can gather with your machine, you can do a regular or wide overlock, you can do rolled hems, narrow hems, picot hems, flat lock and pin tuck. It really can do it all. You can do 4-thread, 3-thread, 2-thread work on this machine. Remember, it's air threading as well. You've got the blade, so it's cutting, it's trimming and neatening in one step. If you're doing something like a 4-thread overlock for something like jersey, spandex, lycra, then you can construct an overlock in one step. If you want to do something like construction, for example, you want to do your 2-thread, you can do that. You can disengage the blade and then you're not using it. You can alter the presser, foot pressure as well. It really, if you've been waiting for the sort of ultimate overlocker package, I think this is the day, because you are making that saving. This is Elna and this is air threading. If maybe you've already got an overlocker that you're having to manually thread and it's not working for you, then I urge you to try an air threading overlocker from Elna. Now, you get loads with this. You get the waist tray. This is really cool. This is really cool because you have the waist tray here on the side. So this detaches and comes away. But this is going to catch your fabric that it's trimming off, your thread, any lint as you're working. And then also, if I just show you inside here, so here is your air threading system. And usually when you look inside an overlocker, it's a mass of machinery. And I think that's really off-putting for a lot of sewers, especially if you haven't owned an overlocker before. This has a little hole in it that you pop the thread in, press a button and the air whips it through the machine and it's threaded. I mean, that's the difference. So if you've ever thought, overlocker, no, not threading that, get an air threader. And get it today because you're making a saving midnight tonight, that price will go back up, and then that would be a little bit tragic. £1,199. So this is a great day to buy the Elna air threading overlocker. It's the 864. It's a brilliant, brilliant overlocker. Super easy to use. Again, remember that money back guarantee. Remember that money back guarantee. Get this home, try it. In fact, get this home for £211.80. Use the 5-year split pay. You get a 2-year warranty. Get it home. Try it. Try the air threading system. You know, but make sure it works for you. Make sure it works for you. We want it to work for you. I know it will. I'm confident in that because air threading overlockers are amazing and Elna machines are super amazing. I've had an Elna now for about 9 years. Love, love, love it. Right, okay, now something for everybody. It's our early bird. It's the Dressmaker's pattern paper from Prim. This is 10 metres, it's 1 metre wide, it's 10 metres in length. We never normally discount it because it's an amazing price anyway at £8.99. It's an absolutely amazing price. But we've dropped it because it's our early bird. You're saving £2 a roll, it's £6.99. Now, often our early birds are fabulous, but there are some days when we have something which is such an essential. I love that. I love that. If you're using commercial dressmaking patterns, trace off the pattern pieces onto this in your size, cut them out, leave your commercial pattern whole, keep that filed. Okay, pop your size into, you know, a snap top baggie, something like that, with the details on it, and then if you're making for two or three different people, 2 or 3 different sizes, or you make alterations because you're really tall or really petite, then you know your perfect size is already traced off in a bag, ready to use. If you use books like Helen Rhiannon's books, where you've got patterns to trace off, this is perfect, absolutely perfect. If you do things like bag making, if you are not confident with things like rotary cutting to make a bag, for example, like in Bags for Life, my book on bags, most of the patterns are rotary cut. Now, I recognise that not everyone is comfortable with rotary cutting. So in those circumstances, use a ruler and a pencil, draw out the shape on the paper. Although it's just a square or a rectangle, that makes it easier for you. Draw it out on the pattern paper, cut it out, and then pin it to your fabric as you would any dressmaking pattern, and cut it out with scissors. Equally, this is a brilliant tool for practicing your quilting. Steady on, to practice those motor skills for quilting. If you can do it with your finger or with a pen on the paper, you are halfway to being able to do it on a quilt under your machine. But never think you can just look at a pattern and then go to your machine and it will be there. You need to practice the motor skills. This paper's brilliant for so many things, and today, £2 a roll cheaper. I'd be multi-buying this. I'd be multi-buying this because it's one of our consumables. It's absolutely brilliant. Also, you can use this for drawing on. You can use it for drawing on. You can also use this to cover a table. So I was talking earlier on about when you're working with slippy fabrics, putting something down on the table first so that the fabric's got something to kind of grip to. Really worth buying, really worth buying. Okay, now can we do the mannequin? Great, right. I'm just gonna let you know, the mannequin wasn't on the hour this morning. And I knew that we were doing dressmaking essentials. I said, we need a mannequin. We need a mannequin. And Ben, our producer, said, of course we need a mannequin. He scheduled the mannequin. And then he said to me, I'm going to do a little price drop. Let me tell you about the mannequin first of all. It's the tailor-made from Adjustaform. Now, there's 2 different sizes available. There's a small and there's a medium. So I'm going to go through the sizes of each. They're both adjustable in all sorts of ways. So the small is a UK size 6 to 16. So I would class that as a small to medium if I was talking about body sizes, but they call it small. So at UK 6 to 16, that means a bust 33 to 40 inches, a waist of 26 to 33 inches, hips 35 to 42 inches, these hips don't lie, and a maximum height of 71 inches. So again, that's UK dress sizes 6 to 16. Now, the price should be $99.99. That's fabulous. That's our most affordable adjuster form. Remember, adjuster form mannequins are a beautiful UK-made mannequins, absolutely fabulous. But watch this, watch this. It should be $99.99. You're making a £15 saving. That's a significant saving. And you haven't lost the split pays. You've still got 2 split pays. This is the first time I've seen this super affordable mannequin have a price drop on it. I think that's awesome. Thank you, Ben, for doing that. You know, this is the kind of thing that's going to elevate your dressmaking from homemade to handmade, from, oh, well, it sort of fits, to, yes, it really fits me. Because if you're sewing for yourself, you really can't try clothes on yourself and adjust them. You need to get it on a mannequin. I remember one of my best friends at school, his mum was a fabulous dressmaker, and I was fascinated by her, and it was an adjuster form as well. It was an adjuster form. She had this mannequin with the dials, and I just thought it was the most fabulous piece of professional kit. And professional kit is the route to professional results, isn't it? Making a toile, using your calico on your adjuster form mannequin, make the alterations, try the toile on, make those adjustments again on your adjuster form, and then cut your pattern pieces accordingly. No more mistakes, no more clothes that sort of fit. And check this out as well. It's $84.99. Do you see in the picture, you've got that hem guide around the bottom. So no more standing on the kitchen table asking your next door neighbour to pin the hem up. You can pop everything on the adjuster form, put your hem up and pin it in place. It is a brilliant deal. Now that's the small. Now we've also got a medium, which again, I would say is you kind of medium to large, because actually this covers UK dress sizes from 12 to 22. Now remember, you can pad any of these mannequins in the shoulder, in the bust, in the hips, in the waist to more accurately match or represent your body, and I encourage you to do that. So your bust size 39 to 46 inches, your waist 32 to 40. It sounds like the way I've changed over the last 10 years. My hips from a 41 to a 47 inch and a maximum height of 71. Remember, that's UK dress sizes 12 to 22. Should be $99.99. Not today. Not today. $84.99. You're making a £15 saving. Again, now, this wasn't meant to be on the show. This wasn't meant to be on today at all. I couldn't understand why we were doing Dressmakers Essentials without a Dressmakers Adjuster Form. So in it went, and Ben thought, well, if we're going to have the adjuster form, we need to do a price crash. So could have been 10%, that would have been lovely. But instead, we've got £15 off. £15. This is not something we do every day by any means. We don't have adjuster forms in very often. I think we had them on. We had a show the other week, but there was no price crash. $84.99 today. Take advantage of the split pay, $42.49. 11 of you with this in your baskets. That's almost all the stock I have. That is almost all the stock I have. And we don't normally discount these, and we certainly wouldn't discount, we wouldn't normally discount the most affordable tailor-made, because under £100 is a stonking good price for an adjuster form mannequin anyway. We know that, you know that. but you're making a £15 saving. Absolutely fab, absolutely fab. Right. Let's do the curved ruler. I mentioned this earlier. Adam was using one. They're absolutely brill. I'm going to tell you, normally I wouldn't tell you exactly how many. We've got 20. We've only got 20. They're £9.99. You know what? This is the kind of thing that isn't worth not having. Do you know what I mean? It's not worth not having because they're such an essential. And for £9.99, just a brilliant thing. You've got spaces here for drawing in buttonholes, for placing buttonholes. That's a really nice touch. You've got a circle here that you can use for things like covered buttons or also just for marking things like grain lines. You've got slots running down around the ruler. You've got this great curve. So you can use this for marking on your fabric, but a lot of people use this to make adjustments to their patterns. So for example, if you need to make the armhole a little fuller, then you can use your curve ruler to do that. If you want to lengthen your garment a little bit, you can use the straight edges there. I've got single figures of this left. It's one of those things that, you know, you don't realise just how useful they are until you've got one. And I think really for something so useful, you could easily pay double that, couldn't you? But it's under £10, a brilliant, brilliant buy. Fabulous. Fabulous. And of course, look as well on the back, lots and lots of ways of using it. But equally, if you want to learn more about using a curve ruler, have a look online. There's so many tutorials. Brilliant. Or get yourself an amazing book like Helen Rhiannon's Dressmaking the Easy Guide. Now, I also mentioned the clapper earlier on. The clapper. Now, these are really gaining traction amongst quilters. They've always been one of those tools that dressmakers have known about, and it's a bit of a well-kept secret amongst dressmakers how useful a clapper is. But a lot of quilters are starting to buy clappers now, and this is what you do. So they are to really set seams and to create really flat seams, which as a patchworker, as a quilter, it's all about really flat seams. So for dressmakers, what you're going to do, or for quilting, what you're going to do is you're going to use your regular iron, okay? Usually it's really nice if you can to use steam, okay? So maybe open your seam or press your seam to one way, or it could even be that you've joined two halves of a quilt block together or a border. Press your seam with steam if you can, without, it doesn't matter, get some heat into it, and then the minute you take that iron away, put the clapper straight on top of the seam. It's a heavy flat piece of wood, and what it will do, I think it's beech, isn't it? The beech wood absorbs the heat and holds the heat in place on the seam. And the most important thing about a seam is how it cools. So we've all done this. We've ironed fabric, especially kind of bouncy fabric. We've all ironed it and taken off the iron too soon. And you just see the seam like bounce back to where it was. And it hasn't really, that was a bit pointless. Some fabrics are hard to iron, aren't they? Not everything's quilt weight cotton. But if you iron it, even if it's bouncy, put the clapper on and then you let it set. So it's the cooling down in position. I remember asking my mum once about why ladies spent so long under the hairdryer at the hairdressers with their rollers in. And she said, well, they have it on hot to dry the hair, and then they have it on cool to set the curls in place. And it's that cooling process that really sets the curl in place. It's kind of a similar principle. It's a similar principle. They're a brilliant piece of kit. You'll only ever need to buy this once. Right, that's the clapper. The irons. Oh, yes. The travel case. Now then, so this is, There we go, got it. Right, so this is an amazing deal, okay. I'm going to show you the blue one first of all. This is from the Quilted Bear, and this is a brilliant travel iron with a travel case. Now, you can buy, Ben, can you find the case on Amazon? I think it's about $14.99 for the case, £15 for the case, no iron. This is $29.99 for the case, the iron, the water pot, everything's included. It's absolutely superb. These irons are brilliant. We use these all the time on Sewing Street, whether you're doing applique. If you've bought apple pops in the background, in the past, bought those metal rings for doing your applique, this iron's perfect for that. Oh, there we go. So here it is. I was slightly over, $10.99. That's for the case. That's just for the case. Yeah. This is $29.99 for everything. Much better deal. Also brilliant for doing things like ironing your seams, your seam allowances for dressmaking and also for quilting. Really, really good for taking along to workshops and classes, but also just brilliant to set up a little ironing station next to your sewing machine so that you're not constantly up, down, up, down. Now, my lovely friend Rose Parr in Canada is an expert on ergonomics, the ergonomics of sewing. And she does say, and I agree with her, that you should have your main ironing board far away from you with your iron so that you have to get up and move to the ironing board so that you get up regularly and stretch and all that kind of thing. I get that, I get that. But you know those projects, maybe you're doing FPP, where you're sitting at the machine and it's one seam, press, two seam, press. And I mean, constantly, it's a waste of my day to keep on, you know, my precious sewing time to keep going back and forth. Much better to have a small iron next to me. The other thing I would recommend, if you're going for the iron, is a wool pressing mat. Have this next to your sewing machine. They're the perfect pairing. We've got this on the show. I'll talk about it in a sec. But this is in the blue travel case. The iron, by the way, 3 spots, 1, 2 and 3. So you've got your cool, your medium and your hot temperature. Also, it's got space for water to go in, so it's a steam iron. You've also got a little button if you need a blast of steam. So again, when you're using your clapper, give the seam a little blast of steam, take your iron off, put your clapper on and let it cool. You'll have the flattest seams, the flattest blocks. Right, so there's the blue, but you think, okay, blue's nice, Stuart, but I want it in the pink. I've got it in the pink. I've got it in the pink. Here it is. Now let me just pop that down here and show you. How gorgeous is this? This is a proper, this is Barbie pink. I still haven't seen that film. I don't know if do you want to, Ben? I don't know if I want to. I don't know. Absolutely, these are brilliant irons. I do a lot of starch and press applique where I use the iron to turn the edges of my applique. Fabulous, absolutely fabulous iron for this. It's got a nice pointed tip so I can do those details, but it's also got that nice broad area here at the back. So if when I'm working on larger areas, I can just get a beautiful turn on my appliques. The other thing I love about this is the handle. I wish full-size irons could have this handle. It wouldn't work because of the size, but this, it's so ergonomic. You literally, it's just the whole hand. You know where with a lot of irons, it's like, ooh, like death grip to keep a hold of them. Whereas with this, it's just a nice, gentle, just kind of fits into the palm of your hand and just feels much more natural. So it's terrific, absolutely great. Again, 3 temperatures, 1, 2 and 3 spot, blast of steam, steam on, steam off. There's your little water spout. And you even get the little jug. It's fab. Right, that's the iron in pink. Can we do the scissors? Let's do the scissors. We were teasing. These are Mundial scissors. This one right here, I think, is the 10-inch. Now I've got 10-inch, 12-inch, and I've also got 12-inch cushion. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. So I've got, look, there's the 12-inch cushioned. Right, here we go. Wow, wow. Okay, okay. This is like Boss scissors. Do you know what I mean? This is Savile Row. This is fabulous. This is, you buy one pair of scissors for life. You take these and get these sharpened. You take care of these. And you definitely don't use these to cut paper. These are like Rolls-Royce scissors. Oh, I want you to hear the... Do you know that? Oh, beautiful. That's ASMR, isn't it? Goodness me. And you've got that lovely flat edge along the bottom. Okay, so important for when you are cutting out, you're keeping that edge along the table as you cut. Oh, lovely. Let's just... Ooh. Oh, wow. That is smooth as silk. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. The action on those scissors is superb. Let's just have another. Wow. They are a considered purchase. I don't know if they are actually. What price a good pair of scissors, a great pair of scissors, an investment? You know, actually, I think the purchases you really have to consider are the sort of non-essential, oh, I just fancy that. Whereas a brilliant pair of scissors, I don't think is something any of us have to think about, really. We want the best pair of scissors we can afford. Now, these are going to last you years and years and years. I see no reason, if you take care of these, why they can't last a lifetime. You know, it's about looking after them. It's about taking care of them. And you can, of course, get them sharpened. Having your scissors sharpened was something, of course, that, you know, back in the day, we took for granted that you got your scissors sharpened, you got your knives sharpened, whereas now we just tend to, oh, well, I'll just buy some more. Well, you won't do that with these. You're investing in your craft. That's the 12-inch. I have these shears. Best scissors ever. I've had them for years and love, love, love them. I bought them from you and they're well worth the money. Alison, thank you for that. I think that's ace because, you know, I'm going to talk about these products. They're fantastic. They are wonderful, but I love it when you get in touch and let us know your experience of them. So that's the 12-inch. I've also got the same thing, but in a 10-inch version. So a good general scissor. You can absolutely use these for your cutting out. These can be your dressmaking shears. Absolutely. You know, I mean, the two work in conjunction, but equally. Ooh. And I think as well, probably, if I was going with a curve, I'd go with these slightly smaller. Just look at that. So easy, so smooth, absolutely beautiful and really effortless because actually the weight of the scissors, the quality of the blades are what do the work. It shouldn't be your hands doing the work or much of it. Your hands are there to guide, really. Just beautiful. And also as well, if you're snipping into curves, I'm just now snipping in where it would be maybe an inner curve. And look, see, just gorgeous, sharp to the point, just allowing that now to ease. Absolutely beautiful. Now, if you want to experience the Mundal quality, the blade quality, a little bit more affordable, I have you covered. This is still got beautiful quality to these. These are £24.99. These are a plastic handle rather than a metal. Let's give it a go, shall we? These are the cushion. Now, oh, lovely. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. The quality of the blade, the weight is not the same. It's not the same. They're not the same weight. That could be an advantage for you if you think handling, you know, a really heavy pair of shears. I would say this is at least half again the weight of this, and this is the 10-inch pair. So perhaps if you do have dexterity issues or handling that weight would be difficult, this might be a better option for you. If you want that heavy, you know, tailor's shop shear in your hands, don't go for this, go for this. This will give you that feel, that weight that you're after. Excuse me. But we're still getting an absolutely beautiful cut there using the Mundal cushioned shears and snipping in. Oh, yes. Sharp right to the tip. Beautiful quality cut. Absolutely gorgeous. It's such a neat cut, you can barely see it until I really pull it open. But that is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So they are a great shear. £24.99 as well, great price. Right, let's move on. Let's move on. It's a bit of a romp. Yes. Now, earlier on, do we still have the book, by the way? Okay. Jane Crowfoot has linked up with Emma Ball, who does the most beautiful giftware. And this is the magnetic notepad, so featuring Persian tiles. So you can see the gorgeous Jane Crowfoot design in the background, the crochet design, and that's on every single page. You've also got the magnetic strips on the back, so you can attach this to something like a fridge or a metal cabinet or something like that. If you do a lot of dressmaking, maybe this is where you take your notes. If you do a lot of patchwork and quilting, you could write down your list of things to make and tick them off as you do it. It's a lovely little thing for £3.99. Beautiful quality, Emma Ball quality there, and with Jane Crowfoot's wonderful design. If you've bought anything today, you've already paid your P&P. It's 1 P&P all day long. Just remember, on the last checkout, combine your baskets and you'll only pay 1 P&P. Right, that's that. Now, some more essentials. Mentioned chalk, and these are chalk pencils from Soline. Got different colours available. Let's do blue. Let's do blue. So in here, so really it's about having different colours for different fabrics, so they'll show up. So this is blue. Fine. You get one already inside the pen, and then you get a little box of refills. So this will last you a good while. They're a great thing, £9.99. You can buy the leads separately, actually, as well. But so you've got your pen and your refills there. There are the refills. You can see they're really long. You get loads of use out of those. And it's a good fine line. So for dressmaking, also half square triangles, quarter square triangles, flippy corners. Let's do yellow. This is the yellow. So bright yellow. That's really good on things like navy or black fabric. Yeah, the yellow really pops. It really pops. Again, you've got the pen. You've got the, and it's literally a little push button at the top, just like any propelling pencil. All right, next up I've got bright pink. Pink to make those boys wink. Or think about their behaviour. £9.99 for the pen and the leads. Gorgeous, love it. Great quality from Sewline. Next up, I've got white. These are the white ones. So again, good on things like black, grey, navy, but also really good on dark patterned fabrics, which are perhaps a little harder to mark. And then last of all, black. Incidentally, it's just the packaging that's different. The pen and the leads inside are exactly the same. It's just different packaging. £9.99, this is for the black mechanical pencil. So if you do a lot of half square triangles and you're marking the lighter fabric, this is a good all-rounder. All right, those are selling fast. I've also got some very traditional chalk. Oh, it's just sold out. It's just sold out. Okay. Now, I mentioned refill packs for the chalk pens. Give me a clue. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So these are not refills for the pen that we've got. No, they're different ones. These are much thicker. But they're good, aren't they? Gosh, I like those. Right, £8.99. Oh, I see. We used to sell the pen. I'm sure you'd be able to find the pen online, wouldn't you? So you get, what did you get? 8 in the white. You get a black. Oh, and then literally kind of every colour. That's really good. I think you could probably, if you were careful, you could hold that in your hand and mark. Couldn't you? Maybe. I'd give it a try for £8.99. Yeah, good, like it. Can I show wool pressing mats next, please? 2 different sizes. I didn't really think there was any need for all the fuss about wool pressing mats when they first came out. No, honestly, I didn't get one for years because I thought, wow, they're really expensive and I've got an ironing board, thanks. Why do I need a wool pressing mat? And then a friend of mine said, just try one. Just try it and see. And that's the thing. That's what we need to do, isn't it? Try these things, because I tried it and suddenly I realised why I needed one. This is the small millwood. This is 12 inches square. The price actually has really come down for wool pressing mats. When they first came out, something like that would have cost you about £40, and the larger probably in the region of £50 or £60. So the price has really come down. £19.99 for this. It's 12 inches square. This would be brilliant for blocking your quilt blocks with your clapper, or construction, really, next to your sewing table or on your sewing table next to your machine. The benefits are you've got a really firm, almost hard surface, but it's not completely hard to press on. That gives a beautiful flat finish when you're working, dressmaking patchwork. It also avoids those telltale grill marks that you can get on thin fabrics, particularly on perhaps cheaper ironing boards where the metal actually marks your fabric. Also, the wool really holds the heat of an iron. So, when you're ironing your patchwork, it's actually heating the ironing board and warming everything from the underside as well. If you are using vinyl, if it's folded, you use your wool pressing mat. This is what you do. You iron your wool pressing mat with a hot iron and get the wool pressing mat nice and hot. Then you put your iron away. You get your vinyl that's got a horrible crease in where it's been folded up, and you lay it on top of the wool pressing mat, and you just press down. And in fact, if you've got a clapper, you can put the clapper on top as well. And the heat, the residual heat in the wool pressing mat will take out any creases or marks in your vinyl. So they're absolutely essential. That's the 12 inch. I've also got a 11.5 inch by 16.5 inch. So this one, really, really good to have next. I mean, actually, for the extra £5, it's a really good buy, isn't it? It's a really good buy. If I just show you the relative, look, for an extra £5. Yeah, really good, really good. Again, great name of Millwood. Great as well if you do things like fusible applique, or you're attaching Vlisterline interfacing, things like that. They can be quite hard to attach because they need a lot of continuous heat to properly adhere the glue. With your wool pressing mat, it's going to hold the heat. Let's do the calico. Oh, this is such a workout. You get a lot. You get a lot. You get a lot. This is our 25-metre bolt of calico. We get so many returning customers for calico because you think 25 metres, when will I use that? It's one of our best sellers today. Because, well done you. Because when you get it home, suddenly you think, but I can use this to back that table runner. I can finish off the cushion now, back it and do the envelope back with my calico. I can also use it to back a quilt up to about 56 inches wide. This is 60-inch wide, pre-washed quilter's calico. So this is not that sort of cheap and nasty stuff that's stiff as a board and really shrinks when you wash it. This is pre-washed. This is beautiful, high thread count, fine quality. You could use this as a base for embroidery, Inktense pencil work. You could use this for santangling. You could use this to create toiles and mock-ups for your dressmaking. You can also paint it, dye it. It's absolutely fab. Fabulous Jenny Raymond has done loads of fabulous quilts and clothing with folds and tucks and just brilliant. You could also use this to line bags with. Use it for the linings of your bags. It's so versatile. Now, normally when we sell quilter's calico, it's £2.99 per half metre. Buying it on the bolt like this, you're making a £24.50 saving. You're actually just paying £2.49 per half metre. 50 pence saving every single half metre. Every single half metre. Really recommend this. So many of you gone for it. It's one of today's best sellers. Last few available. Yeah, today calico has gone wild. The last thing I'm just going to quickly mention as well is we've got tailor's hams and tailor's rolls. Again, these are really affordable. They're absolutely fantastic for dressmakers. So we'll just quickly run the graphics for those as well. Now, tomorrow, our fabulous Vicky Carroll is going to be here hosting the day. At 8 o'clock, tools you'll love. And then at 9 o'clock, it's a launch. It's the Liberty Garden Party Fabric Collection with Susie Duncan. Now at 10 o'clock, Vix will be showing you quilting rulers. And then at 11 o'clock, Susie's back with her fabulous tulip bag. Now, last of all, at 12 o'clock, it's a strong finish from Vicky Carroll with projects for your home. Can't wait for that. I'll be in my gym jams with a cup of tea in Mrs. Mills strapped to my side. She's a cat, by the way, not my next door neighbour. I will see you very, very soon. I'll see you next week because it's our 4th birthday. Don't plan anything else for next week, will you? I'll see you then. Here on Sewing Street, the home of